and a set of goals and ways to interact with it to achieve a desired outcome. I think that's the game. Anyway, currently our main goal for Longdeath is to get the population back up to about 35 or so, because we only have 28 dwarves right now, because we haven't had a migrant wave in hundreds of years. I do have a whole bunch of merchants, which make me babies.
This is Sparta!
This is Sparta, and I am not crazy about it, but it was Friday years ago when I was like that, and it didn't really happen.
Thank you for that information, Animal. We've been at 28 for a little while, so it's not too bad. It's probably worse off than it looks, because we do have 48 with the merchants, but the merchants aren't technically part of the fort, right? So I need them to make babies. So that's kind of where we're at right now, and I've been doing a lot of deconstruction and renovating, I would say. We've been removing a lot of these upper walkways. As you can kind of see, there's some bricks there. So that's primarily what we're doing right now. Primarily what I'm doing is I'm removing a lot of these upper walkways to let more sunlight into the open pit fort, so that we don't have as many problems with cave adaptation, which right now we are having a lot of problems with. We are having a lot of issues with cave adaptation, which I would like to stop. So that's what we're trying to do. Currently we're in midwinter, so spring's pretty close. We do have a bunch of unnamed merchants if anybody would like one. But currently it's just a lot of putting stuff away and trying to keep dwarves happy and hoping that the merchants make babies. That's what we've been doing a lot of. The lava tube kind of made an oopsie, and then I almost immediately afterwards did another oopsie with the lava tube. First I spilled lava out here, which I blocked off, and it's fine now. And then after that oopsie, while I was filling it back up, I accidentally filled it up a little bit too much and kind of flooded this whole thing with lava, but it's fine now. Nobody died. It's fine now. That's your IRL job anyway. You can have a merch. You can absolutely have one. Just keep in mind they're not all super spry and young, so some of them may die unexpectedly due to old age. But regardless, this whole thing is a lot cleaner than it was before because it was draining a bunch of lava out of it. But if you would like a merchant, first I will just read off the living dwarves. Pilot, Radio Free, Olive, Jack Nerick, LaFonda, Quevenair, Vimum L, Arch, Tygo, Whitcode, Corvius Swade, Defcom, Massive, Peter, Tiny Goliath, Free, Taurus, Ghost, Seeker, Knowles, Max, Blue Water. Then we have Animal, as well as Alien Slayer and Critty, who are all merchants. And then we have Lumpy, the Scoid, Diamond, Vinsati, Zindros, Nanotrip, Chip, and Axon the Third as children, who apparently Axon the Third is making a artifact right now, who is carrying boulders around. Fey mood. So I can give you one. Do you have any preferences, boy or girl or anything? There's quite a few options. Bored after being unable to practice a craft for too long. Well, I can give you a craft. None of these have any crafts because they're all recent migrants, so I can give them the basics so they have stuff to do. Dealer's choice? Right, well, I'll give you this one that I'm messing with because you just got a... You just got assigned some jobs. All right, so you have a wife named Rith, and you worshipped Ingish, which is the embraced roses. Most often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with lust, so you worship the god of lust. Giggity. You're 108 years old, born on the 28th of Granite, in the year 213. His sideburns are clean-shaven, and his very long mustache is neatly combed. His cobalt eyes have large irises, and his ears are flattened. His hair is gray, mixed with a crew, and his skin is sandy taupe. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and does not really value artwork and does not value skills related to fighting and doesn't care about fairness, which is great because you're a merchant, you cannot join the military, so not valuing skills related to fighting is actually a very, very, very net positive for you. Yeah, it's time to call the landlord, Bastet, I think. He exhibits refined politeness and is determined to keep guiding rules of etiquette and decorum, as if life itself depended on it. Very rarely develops negative feelings towards things, and he is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger, perhaps a bit foolhardily. Almost never feels discouraged and does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations. Can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand and likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. Generally finds himself quite hopeful about the future and tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. Isn't particularly ambitious and tends to not reveal personal information. He has a tense sense of duty and is often cheerful. He has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others and tends to avoid crowds. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Praise English. So yeah, that's your dwarf. And Lumpy is still harrowed by the nightmare that is their tragic life. Lumpy is still also tantruming pretty frequently. Also has lost the ability to stand, walks around on crutches, I think. No, actually, is no longer walking around on crutches. Is limping, though, quite a bit. As you can see, they are falling over. But thanks for the crazy amount of support, Animal and Rari. You two are too kind. But yeah, that's the status. We also have like this dwarf who's in prison right now for committing crimes. Mostly tantruming. The problem with the merchants is if they want to fight, there's literally nothing I can do. I can't put them in the military. So they just basically scream and get mad on repeat. Uh-oh, I have to make large gems. Is there any particular reason why you're not making large gems? Not out of iron, am I? Got plenty of it, so I'm not entirely sure what's up with that. Let's see. You have metal crafting, so you theoretically could do that job. Do they not have charcoal? Is that the problem? Nope, they got 95 charcoal. I wonder. I get you, Taylor. You have a good day at work? Well, all that stuff's claimed. Let's try smelting limonite, see if that works. Before you attempt to overtake his spot, oh no. Axon has begun a mysterious construction at a craft store shop. How old is Axon? Axon is 1 year old. Rari gifted a sub to Taylor. Enjoy the ad-free viewing when you get back, Taylor. 3 willow logs, wolverine leather, brillet cut, red zircons, rough sards, stray cow bone, gabbro blocks, steel bars, and gabbro blocks, all from the Crafts Dwarfs Workshop. Hopefully they make a mug or something cool. Let's jump down to a couple of you. Give you guys metal smithing. Just all of them. I'm not too picky about who does what job in particular. These jobs need to get done. That's the primary goal here, is that these jobs get done. But cheers, Taylor. And thank you, Rari, for being a mad lad. So essentially what you're saying, Rari, is it would be best for Animal to not cheer any more bits today, wait for you to overtake the spot tonight, and then cheer again tomorrow, right? That would be the best way to do that? Seems logical to me.
Good luck with that. What kind of name is Rory? 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 And what kind of name is Rory? Sorry, felt like it would be fun spamming such a long name. What kind of name is Rory? Oops, I said their name again.
What kind of name is Rory? Now, Hobo can't do that right now because Hobo's getting his car wrapped in anime pictures. And that's expensive. So Hobo has to save money right now. Also, I think he just bought a house or an apartment or something. There we go. That finished that. I don't know why those were not getting done. It's like the game claims I have lots of iron, but I certainly don't. Certainly do not have lots of iron. Or at least not as much iron as the game tells me I have. Maybe those are built iron. Did I build a... Oh, I know why it's telling me I have iron blocks. It's because they're in the roads. Naturally. All right. Well, we're bringing all this stuff down, which is good. No, he's actually doing that. Hold on. Let me see if I can find a photo that he posted publicly so I can share it. I have to scroll up through a lot of crap and weeb trash. But yeah, no, that's a reality that we actually live in. He's posted pictures in there a couple of times. Oh, yeah, this is the work in progress. Like, of them stapling it to there to start tracing it. Yeah, that's the world that we live in. A world where Hobo's getting his car wrapped in weebs. I don't want to say that that was like entirely my Discord's bad influence, but we certainly didn't help. Axon the Third, the Dwarven Child, has created Zesthok Itorarith, a willow bracelet, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Euthris Worktict. It's been a while since I've seen Euthris get an artifact dedicated to him. It's worth 72,000 Zathal, and it's the branded afflicted scars. Okay, I will quote that. That's quote 346. This is a willow bracelet. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with cowbone and encircled with bands of willow and emerald cut swords, and round gabbro cabochons in steel. This object menaces with spikes of willow and gabbro. On the item is an image of 4 leopard geckos in willow. On the item is an image of Eternal, the honest dwarf, and a nice coffin in wolverine leather. I like that dwarf, and I like that Eternal has a historical name, the honest, because Eternal was a dwarf that was one of my miners, and then a smith slash mason for the entirety of their life. They never did anything wrong. They never broke any rules. They never got moody or upset, and were always very happy. So that makes me very happy to see. The artwork relates to the masterful, nice coffin created by the dwarf Eternal, the honest, for the eternal adventure of time, at Longdeath in the late autumn of 121. On the item is an image of Catan Craftlulls, the dwarf in red zircon. That's a wonderful little artifact. I like it. I like it. I'm going to see if I can find Eternal's coffin and maybe put it in there. Because it would be a little further down. Would be like down this way, maybe even. There's Tele 2, Dragon Man, Cold Poke, Elug, Cutest, Slipple, Guy, King, Jellybutt, Stone, Spitalia, Ripterus. Jesus. These are all so far back. Morden? Fucking hell. I haven't looked through these in a while. These are dwarves that died like a year ago, real time. I mean... At the time, ironically, I think I had a far better alcohol tolerance than I do now. For whatever it's worth. Here's where Eric Shadowblade died. I like how there's just an unused coffin here that just never got, like, used. Oh, I found picture points coffin. So many coffins in here that just never got used. That one has a chicken in it for some reason. Yeah, whatever. The willow bracelet. Let's bring her up here. Large gems are done. And there we go. But, Animal, thanks for the $100 in bits. You crazy lad. Did my complaining earlier today rub off on you or something? Or is it, thank you for contributing to me being the 8,448th highest earning Twitch streamer through 2018 or 2019 to 2021. It's been brewing for a bit. Fair. I mean, you haven't done anything crazy in like 21 days, I think. So it's been at least one paycheck. But thank you. I think I need to mine more limonite. I'm running low on iron. Plenty of galena, though. Reset the clock. All right, I will see you again on... I don't know, the 24th of November? 0 days since Animal went crazy. Yeah, you just decided to do it on a day where there was somebody competing. Also, shoutouts to Vin, who's in 4th place on the leaderboard. Yeah, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to go find some... Is that orthoclase or... No, that's citrine. Those are gems. So I think the order of operations for today is to continue deconstructing the upper layers, but also I kind of want to get into the walls of the upper layers a little bit, and I also kind of want to just deconstruct all of these pathways all the way around the edge, reconstruct them through this forest, and make this into a moat. Because I've got this lovely access to all this lava. Gotta do something with it, you know? Got all this lovely, lovely lava. Gotta do something with it. So I'm thinking about seeing what we can do with some lava. Which means I'm gonna have to do something fancy over on this side, maybe. I don't know. Or maybe like build a trough that they have to go up and over to enter into the fort. That could be kind of cool. I don't know exactly how it's going to work, but we're going to make that work somehow. I also have a lot of cows I need to slaughter. Those unicorns available to be made into pets, but nobody wants them. I do that every now and again. I'll just like have an animal and I'll just be like, yeah, I'll make you into a pet. And then nobody wants them. And it's like, well, why did I even do that?
Dark mode.
Thanks for the $1.01. Hazza. Is that to boot Vin? Or wait, are you a dark mode user and Vin isn't? Is there beef here that I'm unfamiliar with? All right, let's deconstruct some things. But thanks for the $1 set. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for everybody being crazy today? Hello, darkness, your old friend. Come to take a nap again. Oh, hello, dark mode, my old friend. That's an emo? Yeah. So you have to boost your ego somehow. I've never actually played Hunt Showdown, but that game looks fun. I have a friend who streamed a whole bunch of that game for a minute. Let's make a bunch of bone crafts. Lots of dwarves who can.
Crypt beer, crypt beer, crypt beer, crypt beer, share 100, crypt beer.
Thanks
share
for the
100,
the
crypt beer,
$9.
100, crypt beer,
Rari.
share 100, crypt beer, share 100.
Cheers, man. Was that just for the nice? So, nice. For whatever it's worth, 69 bits also makes a funny sound. So you could technically have 6969 if you want to just be that guy. To spam the chat bot. It's something we can live with.
Giggity, giggity, giggity.
There you go. Shoutouts to the only good part of Family Guy. Spam is okay if you pay for it. Within reason still. I mean, there's definitely been times where people have been going a little nuts like this and just like made the same bad pun over and over, or like the same weird sound over and over, and it's gotten kind of annoying. But it's been a long time since I've had a day like this, so I don't mind. As long as it's not constant, you know? As long as I'm not constantly making money, it's fine. As long as it's only occasional making money. We are making a lot more silver. We've got a lot of Galena to melt down and smelt down. I got a lot of dwarves just underground melting stuff. Don't actually know how much of that Galena I'm going to work on. Let's just see what these dwarves are doing. Oh, wow, you're going all the way up there. I kind of want this area to get cleared out first. I kind of want this area to get cleared out. It's going to take them a while to get down there. How many bones are you carrying? Oh, you're just like... You got beaten up real bad. What the fuck? Oh, didn't you fall? Yeah, Tiny, you were one of the ones to fall. In one of those mysterious cave-ins. Which is probably why you have injuries. Get well soon, you poor stupid dwarf. As long as we make sure to keep on deconstructing stuff. Alright, I'm going to get rid of the Galena. I don't actually want them working on that for too much longer. Kind of just want them to smelt the lemonite, and although I'm convinced we don't have any. It's also part of the worry. I think that dwarf is carrying a whole cow worth of bones to go make a ring. I'm pretty sure based on how slowly they're moving. It's not the frame rate, they're just moving slowly. You know, I wonder. 15 minutes. Not off cooldown yet. Also, can I just say that it's really funny that on the chat on my screen, what kind of name of Israri's name is too long? So it just says what dot 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 and then 6969. Like, this is just kind of funny. Because, like, this is how big I have my chat normally, right? And it just says, what? What? Thanks, man. They're not up yet. Not for 15 minutes. Athros, sorry for debating you. Shoutouts to Anonymous for gifting out a random sub. Cheers. I know somebody on Twitch who goes by an anonymous gopher. And every now and again they'll gift subs in my friend's channel. And it always makes him do a double take as to whether or not it's actual anonymous or somebody just named an anonymous gopher. But thank you very much, an anonymous gifter, for gifting an anonymous sub. What, to just Rari? Can you, is twitch.tv/Rari available? Because you should just take it and run with it if you can get it. Because back when you still streamed Rari, it actually took me a good 5 minutes to figure out. Like, even though Hobo sent me, like, your username, it took me a minute to find you. Like, he told me verbally what your username was. And it took me a minute to find you because of how convolutedly long and hard to spell your name is by general Twitch standards. Okay, anybody care to explain why there's a bucket in the lava? I'm just going to hide it so that we can't see it. I don't know why there's a bucket in the lava, but we're not getting it out anytime soon. There's a Gorlak fighting with a crocodile in the basement somewhere. Wait, really? Is your name like... I guess, yeah, your name is kind of unique enough. How about you change it from what kind of name is Rari to what kind of name should I pick? Although that might be too many characters. No, I'm just wondering how the bucket got down there. Maybe it was when the lava, like, flooded out. I don't know. Because we did kind of have a bit of a drain problem for a little bit there. See how much of that got deconstructed. All of the jobs are done. Excellent. So I will remove that up to there. You used to be the only Rari in the US? Really? Huh. All right. I mean, that's kind of part of the reason why, like my last name is easily accessible, especially considering, like, I'm in a few video games now where you can just, like, see me in the credits. Which, you know, I've agreed to, but it's still, like, it's basically, like, it's me and my immediate family that have my last name. Someone went and got the name banned? Really? What the fuck? Boo. That sucks. You could spell it with an A. R-A-R-Y. The only reason I'd say do it that way is because, like, it kind of sounds like your name, right? That's almost as dumb as the time that Animal realized that his username was available and he could theoretically get it back when he changed his name as a joke, but then went and claimed it on a second account, not realizing that he couldn't just sneak it off of his second account, so then had to wait for his second account to go inactive so that he could get the username from his second account. There's lava in my bucket, dear Liza. Dear Liza, there's an lava in my bucket, I say. So I learned...
The rest of Infru Arcana go. Crypt lurk, crypt beer.
Brander, I've learned something, which is the death screen music, TuneCore, which is everybody's favorite company that nobody's ever heard of, that you've actually probably interacted with unknowingly, is a company that distributes music onto iTunes and all that stuff, all the music digital platforms, Spotify, Pandora Radio, all that shit. They distribute music onto those platforms, but they also do copy protection. Anyway, somebody owns the rights to that ending song that's in Infra Arcana, and so my VOD got claimed. So that happened, but it went well. I mean, we made it to, I think, floor 5. Still got, like, a lot to learn in that game. I kind of ended because I was playing too quick. Yeah, it's annoying, but there isn't much I can do about it, unfortunately. There isn't much I can do. It's more just like a question mark. But thanks for the $10 on the pile. Cheers. It's also the oh hey, spring's arrived. It's also the Discord icon. But yeah, I think that Animal claiming his own username and then it taking him an actual year and a half to get his username back is one of the funniest like Twitch oopsies I've ever seen. One of my favorite days in my memory of Twitch, just period, was the day that Twitch added the username changes, because the way to change your name before was you had to just send them a support ticket and cross your fingers. But when they made it accessible for anybody to just change their name, and then everybody changed their name to something stupid, and then everybody realized all simultaneously around the same time, you can't change it back. Oh no. Peter, are you lurking? It finally happened. I don't know if Peter's here. But Peter the Second has died of old age. Peter 2, you died of old age. You made it. You did it. He was like 157 or so. That was your time? You lived a good life. You died crafting a ring. You were our mayor for like a good 20 years. I don't actually know what year you became mayor, but you were a mayor for a good length of time. You old Bart. Crypto old indeed, yeah. We all know this Animal. Yeah, we all know. Man. Times change. Who's my mayor now? Tiny Goliath is mayor once again. They do look funny, yeah. Also, Rari has gifted a commemorative sub of rest in peace to Peter the Third, or to the third Peter, but it's Peter the Second, I suppose. Well, welcome back, Peter. Enjoy the ad-free viewing for the 45th month. Man. You just have to die to get gifted a sub in this channel. Also, I have to read a Discord story. Hold on. This is my death speech, courtesy of the Discord. If you would like to add words to this, you can do that by adding words in the added word stories room on Discord. Jurist Hammer Dagger has a peach tree Wood flakes. Okay. Hey. Where Lego goes, everywhere stubs ears with cheese violently. Coffee demand plummets following additional drinks availability. Feeding time. Oh no. Chicken eggs are pickled by pickle. There you go. Hey, Katsu. What is up? It's good to see you. Yeah, you have to spell Discord correctly in order for this to work. I like that Peter got his teeth punched out at one point. So because of that, they are going around the fortress and collecting all of his teeth and putting them all into the coffin individually. You have to make sure to bury every single part of him. It's very important. Which I think is very funny. Question is, who's putting the rest of them in there? Currently, nobody. I guess there's too much stuff to put away. Yep, there currently is too much stuff to put away. That's sad. Katsu, how have you been, by the way? I hope you've been well. And Max the Second is throwing a tantrum. I wonder if it's to do with his friendship with the mayor. Nope, it just seems to be unrelated. But this dwarf likes prisons, so maybe if they commit some minor crimes and don't hurt anybody, we can just throw them in prison and be okay with it. Radio 3 Olive has fallen into depression. Oh, you just broke something. That's okay. Let's replace it. Sards. I'm still waiting for somebody to like knock out one of those windows and then fall. Because then they'll just fall into lava. Which, you know, would be great. Somebody definitely saw that. Oh, there we go. Whitcoat is placing items in tomb. Oh, there's a call for vandalism. Let's give it a minute. Where are you going? Oh, that was one of the mayor's teeth. The mayor got into a lot of fights in their old age. Oh no! Max is attacking a cat. Grabs it by the toe. And the cat stands up. Literally, like, grab the cat's paw. That seems to be it. Yeah, just the one page of combat. Combat. I mean, I don't know. I guess depends on how violently you grab the cat's paw. Also got a disorderly conduct for injuring a cat. So the cat reported the crime. Enjoy your lurks, animal. Oh, jeez. You headed to bed or are you just lurking? Ah. That is funny. That is funny. Well, I'm wondering if I should say goodnight or if I should just say have a good lurk. All right, so we're going to chain up the naturalist. Gaming a bit, then head to bed. All right, well, we'll see you if you pop back in. Otherwise, you have a good time gaming and a good night's sleep. All right. So we're still waiting to get the rest of Peter's body put away. Also, hold on. There is a merchant coming in. All right, well then we'll see you later. See you later today. Here come the merchants with their tributes. Finally, who's carrying you? Nish! It's taking Peter to the grave. Oh no, and the mayor already wants us to make him vests. All right, well. I mean, we need to do a clothing refresh anyway. So might as well get to it. When did I do 30 of those? Do a full set of clothing for everybody. And then I think we will just let them go into the celebration room. Investments are open. He's quite the investor. He's very invested in the product. This is true. All right. So we can follow Nish while they place items in tombs. We can make the new mayor happy. As well as replenishing all of our other supplies. Hey, Murphist. How you been? Then we also get to figure out how Max feels about prison. But we'll figure that out once we get there. How long are you getting for prison sentence-wise, Max? 57 days in prison. Damn, that's actually quite a long sentence. Normally, like, someone must really like that cat. Normally, like, one sentence like that is like 30 days. In this fort? In a single event? I had a cave-in where I lost 5 dwarves? But if you mean, like, in fights, there hasn't ever really been any particularly large fights. Because I've been avoiding them. But I'd say probably like 6 to 10. I've lost in pretty short periods of time. Like there's definitely been tantrums where I've had like a dwarf go and kill 2 or 3 dwarves. So that's definitely happened. I don't know. I've been running this fort for over a year and I don't really keep track of that stuff. Cat has some good lawyers, or just an owner that really likes them. Who owns the cat, or who does the cat own actually? Is the better question. Iden, this cat. Pet of Knowles. So Knowles is owned by the cat, who's my militia captain. Yep, definitely has some good lawyers. That makes total sense. Also is frustrated after being unable to fight for too long. What squad are you part of? Oh, you're in a squad by yourself. Sure, you can go. You can go train. Go nuts. Probably the most dwarves I lost was when I accidentally sold a shit ton of contraband to the humans, I think. So stuff that the mayor had said, no, you can't trade. And I didn't have a prison set up. And basically what happens when that happens is they just run around and beat all the dwarves. So that wasn't the most deaths, but a lot of dwarves got maimed in that. We had a lot of like spinal injuries that lasted for a really long time and such. So like dwarves that couldn't walk. One of my favorite dwarves in this fort, Aegis, actually, who was my bookkeeper for a very long time, was unable to walk and only had 1 arm, so couldn't use crutches. Ended up just being my bookkeeper. couldn't haul because he would like have to cancel the hauling jobs halfway through because he would run out of he needed water basically. So that sort of stuff happens from time to time, but that's like I'd say the most common one. What can I make out of leather? Let's make 10 leather dresses. 5 leather vests. Let's make some stuff with leather, because I also have the leather. Might as well do something with it. Also, might as well process plants, since we're doing all these jobs. And also, dye cloth. Repeat. I'm sure I have some dye. I have a few repeating jobs bringing in dye, so. Or growing dye, or harvesting dye. Might as well use it. Merchants have arrived and are unloading their goods. Cave swallows fighting with a forgotten beast. What forgotten beast is that? Oh, wait, what? Osman's back. I thought that you left. Oh, would you look at that? Rando Ball of Fire's back. And there's... Yeah, I guess it's just the Rando Ball of Fire. Because none of the other ones could possibly have caused that. See how Max feels about prison. Max likes being in prison. I was confined. Repentant is one of the best moods they can get, or one of the best thoughts they can get when they're in prison. The worst one is vengeful or angry. Guilty is also pretty bad. Embarrassed is also pretty bad. But repentant is really good because it just means that they repent of they repent of their sins. They feel terrible and they want to just get back to life. And it usually improves their mood pretty greatly. But I don't know. The ball of fire is still there. Yeah, the ball of fire is still there. Admittedly, I haven't really tried to fight it. We could probably. I'm pretty certain we could kill it if I just fought with it. But feel affection after interacting with a pet. Well, shucks. Actually, you know what? Can I just put you into the Eternal Guard? I absolutely can. Let's just get them training. Let's just get them training. Yeah, no, a lot of the things in Longdeath are just kind of there. Something that I've been thinking about doing, by the way, is I've got all of these layers, right? That have just like bits and pieces like dug out, like all the way down here. I'm thinking about going to each one of these layers and carving out a pattern, if that makes any sense. So maybe make like a big square, and then one tile down will be the same big square, but like slightly rotated, and then one down it'll be the same big square but slightly rotated, and then one down it'll be the same big square but slightly rotated. I think that could be a lot of fun because I have like this central area right here, right, which can't be dug out, so I could go like up to here or just like over to here and just do this. Just dig out that, and then one layer beneath this, dig out the same size but like slightly angled. I don't know, I think we could do something fun with that. Like, just dig patterns on each layer. Because we got quite a bit of space between these layers and then the stuff that I actually need to, like, you know, not dig out too much. But, like, all the way along here, I could do something fun. And I think I'm going to do that. So that's kind of my next major project. Outside of the deconstruction up here, obviously. Also, the clothing industry is up and running pretty successfully. Good, good, good. I'm just gonna go check on the dog real quick. Back in a sec. I'm trying to think of other things that are still here in Longdeath in that period of time. I'm sorry, what? Well, 2 dwarves just died, and I'm not sure how. Vim ML and Corvius Suede. Wait, how? How the fuck did you end up down there? We made this thing safer. Oh. Somehow these 2 open spaces got knocked out. Huh. I'm actually very tempted to Alt F4 that. Because there was a save back at Spring. What? Like, what caused those to get knocked out? Yeah, I'm just going to crash the game. Because we only just moved over to Spring not too long ago. So we wouldn't actually be losing much. The hell? The absolute hell. No, they fell through the floor somehow. Right here. Yeah, okay, so there's 2 holes in the floor here, apparently. Which would be why. And then they got pulled under somehow, probably by the pull of the thing, but yeah. Sup, Axon? How's things? Peter just died of old age. My mayor. Which means I need to queue up these again. Because that was basically all I did. I did this. And then I went to use the restroom and then 2 dwarves died, so. That's crazy. I almost never do that too, so. But how's things, Axon? What for? I actually have to go to the pharmacy at some point on a free day to go get a flu shot. I never do it the first day it's available just because I don't want to get caught in the line, but they've been available for like a week here now, so. You're trying to get into it? Well, feel free to ask questions. It's not actually that bad if you've played games like it. Because even games that, you know, only take a few ideas from Dwarf Fortress, As long as you can get those ideas implanted into your brain, it's pretty simple. I mean, it's a colony management game where you have no direct control. And that's, I think, the biggest hurdle for some people. That's when the pharmacy went to lunch. What kind of world do you live in where the pharmacy can just go to lunch? I don't believe I've ever lived in that world. Must be like a privately owned pharmacy or something. That or you live in a very small town. One of the two. Yeah, if the season hadn't just rolled over, I don't think I would have done that. That is weird. That is very weird. Pharmacists need to eat too? Yeah, but like, it must be a really small pharmacy, because like the pharmacy I go to, they have, what, 4 people working all the time? So people can go on lunch breaks and they can stay open. I think I know what I'm going to do here. I'm going to put in these floor grates. Okay, how come there's a floor grate right here? Oh, what about this one? So I will put both of those floor grates in, and then I will put fortifications around the edge of this. That's what we'll do. We'll put in fortifications and floor grates and then let them train here. Or maybe just don't let them train here. Like that might just be the way to do that. And then this goes for stone as the tribute. Nope. Well, this is a custom tile set, but I'm not using any mods. Not using any plugins or any mods or any assists or anything. Game's more stable if you play it that way. You're looking forward to the fluvid vaccines? Are you ready to upload that fluvid vaccine? It just sounds like something that you'd upload to YouTube, you know? Gotta upload my fluvid. Like, first YouTube added shorts, now we have fluvids. So you can just go flew the competition away. Wait. I flew past the competition. There we go. But yeah, the tile set that I'm using is this one. That's the tile set that I'm using. As far as mods go, I don't see the point of DF hack. I think that a lot of the stuff that's included with the lazy noob pack specifically is I'm just looking at a thing that Twitch just posted. I think that the thing that a lot of people do with Dwarf Fortress when they try to learn it is they very much overthink it. Well, some of the things that those plugins do add some stability, but there's very little warnings as to what adds and removes stability. Like, for example, Text Will Be Text, which is a very popular plugin for DF hack, which lets you see multiple layers at a time. If you load into a save with that running, it's almost guaranteed to crash the game. Almost guaranteed. Almost every time it'll crash your game if you load into a save while you have that running. So you have to disable it, load the save, and then enable it. Stuff like that. So not necessarily, but there are little things that are not immediately obvious that can very much cause problems. The other thing that it does is it gives you 3 separate menus to pay attention to and 3 separate UIs to learn when you could just learn the game. And as I've, I think, proven. Unless you're trying to do artistic mega builds, you really don't need it. And unless you want to min-max everything, you really don't need it. And you can min-max everything without it. It's just a little bit more time-consuming. So Twitch just announced this. Over the next month, some viewers may see up to 3 new buttons on live pages. Rewind the stream, remind me, and watch trailer. This experiment will inform future features only, and the buttons will be removed once it's complete. Interesting. Here's the information page if anybody wants to see it. Yep, I'm running raw from Bay 12 with an added texture pack. That's all I'm doing. Like, people, like, one of the sentiments that I hear time and time again in my chat about Dwarf Fortress is, I love this game, I wish it was more stable. Or I love this game, but I wish it ran better. Generally, the reason it doesn't run well for people is because they don't know how to manage dwarves, doors, and pathing. Pathing and things getting stuck in places and overproduction of resources tends to cause frame rate problems. Like this fortress had a frame rate death recently. It went down to like 2 frames a second, and it took me like an hour to figure out the problem. The problem was there was a cat stuck behind a locked door. Literally, that I unlocked the door and the frame rate came back. So that is thing number 1. Then there's a lot of people who use DF Hack and Lazy Noob Pack who say that they do it because the game doesn't work properly. And Tarn has spoken a number of times about various features that are either halfway implemented or don't work properly. But they're halfway implemented and don't work properly for a reason. It's because they're not done yet. And yes, you can force those features to work using DF Hack, but that destabilizes your game. So it's like, no, just look out for pathing in general, right? Like, don't lock doors unless you need to. And if you're going to lock doors, make sure everything is restricted behind the door and nobody needs to get through that door. Be careful with your pathing, and the game will run quite well. Don't be careful with your pathing, and the game will fall apart at the seams. Dwarf Fortress is not a particularly optimized game, but we don't play Dwarf Fortress because it's an optimized game. We play Dwarf Fortress because there's nothing like Dwarf Fortress in existence, right? So to me, like, it doesn't matter that the game doesn't run all that well. Making an art, statue of Peter II, put in the history books. Absolutely none. So the only things that matter for your frame rate, for pathing, are enemies that are trying to path into your base, and if you surround them with walls, then they have nowhere to path. Then they aren't fighting with each other. Then there's no issues. And if it's like a forgotten beast and they are stuck somewhere because they have no needs, they don't care. So, like, for example, an Etten doesn't need to eat, drink, or clothe themselves in your fortress. So if you lock them somewhere, they're not going to affect your frame rate, right? A cat needs to be close to people they like, right? Cats have check-ins that they need to do. They need to hunt, they need to look for vermin, and they need to be close to dwarves that they like, or people that they like, human that they like, or whatever. So they will try and get to that human. But if they're behind a locked door and they have no way out, they will just sit there and wreck your frame rate until you let them out, basically. So anything that has needs, if it's locked somewhere, it'll hurt your frame rate. Forgotten Beasts don't have needs. They just exist and then kill things that come close to them. That's all that they do, right? Demons do not have needs. So they will just try and get somewhere, and then if they can't get somewhere, they'll give up and they'll go away, and it's not an issue, right? Traders have needs. So if you have traders in your fort and you lock them out of your fort, they can't get to the exit of the wall. Like, I had a frame rate issue for a while in this fort because a trader was stuck behind a tree. That issue solved itself when the trader died. Went insane, and the frame rate went boop, came back. So it's like, generally, if your frame rate goes like below 10, there is something that's causing it. Either you have too many dwarves for your computer, which is possible, but you can adjust that within the game settings to make the game be fully featured even with less dwarves, or you have too many items, or something is stuck somewhere. So frame rate issues in Dwarf Fortress can almost always be solved. I kind of compare Dwarf Fortress to City Skylines. You know, you build a big enough city in City Skylines, your frame rate's gonna go down. Like it's an inevitability. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when, right? And Dwarf Fortress is kind of like that. If you build a really big fort, it's a matter of when, not if, and then it's up to the player to fix it. What am I using to watch my frames? I don't use anything to watch my frames. I can just tell you what the frame rate is by looking at how fast dwarves are moving. We're at about 45 frames a second right now. But there is a built-in frame rate monitor if you want to use it. I can just tell you because like the screen, like when I move this around, this will move slower if the frame rate goes down. Because the dwarves' speed is tied to the frame rate, right? So if you have higher frame rate, the dwarves move faster. If you have a lower frame rate, they move slower. So I can just tell you what the frame rate is approximately just by looking at it because I play this game too much. And I find the frame rate monitor to be annoying, so I turn it off. Yeah, no, this fort runs at about 35 to 45 frames a second pretty consistently. And it's hundreds of years old. Because I get rid of everything that I don't need. Oh, my broker's sparring. Let's let the broker come down here and trade real quick. One of you is my broker, right? Yeah, here you come. Purple dwarf that's running down to the trading depot. Also, Mandos, if you want to watch a fortress from the beginning, I recently started just a couple of weeks ago my Halloween and slash seasonal fort. Press F12 to make it a more readable font for this screen. And so if you'd like to see a fort from the beginning, that would be a good one to watch over on the YouTube channel when I'm not online. If you want something to follow along with. I know I've had a lot of people over the years tell me that they look at my YouTube channel and just watch the VODs from the beginning to learn to play the game. The game by default caps it at 50. There actually is a hotkey combination, which I think is Control Plus on the numpad. I think, or maybe it's shift. It's one of the two. You can actually like up it in real time in game, but I wouldn't hit the cap anyway. It defaults to 50, which is fine. It's for me anything above 50 is actually a little too fast when starting. But I know some people will just put it at 120. Like you can do that. I know if you put it high enough, some weird anomalies can start to happen. But it depends on whether or not you want the whole game to run faster. But no, you can, if you play Dwarf Fortress enough, you can approximate frame rate just by looking at it. But right now, I would honestly argue is probably the easiest time to learn Dwarf Fortress outside of post-release of the Steam version, just because of how many people are actively speaking on the various official and unofficial Discords around the internet, and how active the subreddit is. The subreddit's extremely active. The Discord, the official Discord, is extremely active. My Discord's pretty active. There's plenty of other places as well that have Discords that are relatively active. So, you know, it's just it's nice to. Right now is a really good time to learn Dwarf Fortress, I would say. If you go over 300, the game practically breaks. Really? Is that like? Because I remember like Doom 2016 was kind of like that. If you uncapped the frame rate, walls just kind of ceased to exist. Like you could just straight up walk through all walls in that game. Must ignore all walls was very much a meme in that game for a bit. I never played Doom Eternal. The first one was enough, and the second one just added a lot of mechanics that I kind of had no interest in playing by that point. So. Wait, what? Oh, I see what I did. Removed it as a room. That's why it wasn't showing up as a room. Ha! Found the problem. All right. Well, what were we doing? Just working on the cloth stuff, and I gotta remove that walkway up here. It's still set to remove. There's just too many other jobs happening. And I need to put a bunch of fortifications around this. Nice and nice bars. Nice blocks, that is. All right, who wants to bet that a dwarf's gonna get stuck in here? My bets are, odds are pretty good a dwarf's gonna get stuck in there, at least one. Remember when Need for Speed, oh God, what was it? I wanna say it was Need for Speed Rivals when that came out. I think it was called Rivals. Anyway, there was a Need for Speed game that came out in like the early 2015s. It was around 2015. It was around that era, like that kind of that era of video games, like previous generation of consoles, early in that generation. And there was one Need for Speed game that came out on PC after being out on console for a couple of months, and the game speed was directly tied to the frame rate, but only for your car. So if you went into multiplayer and you uncapped the frame rate, you could just drive at like 200% speed because the game was capped at 30 FPS and it didn't look that good. And its spec requirement wasn't that high. Like it looked all right and the spec requirement was pretty high, but it wasn't that high and it didn't look that good. So it was very much a, well, you see, you just gotta uncap the frame rate on PC and then just wreck everybody else. It is kind of amazing. You mean like Test Drive Unlimited? Because I'm familiar with the Test Drive franchise. The Test Drive franchise was always a little bit weird. This is a strange dwarf. This dwarf's been very distressed for a while, but never actually got mad enough to do anything. But yeah, the Test Drive series was always a little odd. Because it was always like... It always had like the aura of being a hardcore sim, where in reality it was very much an arcadey racing game. It was a very strange game. I don't know. I'm not a huge racing game buff. I have respect for Total Biscuit. When... that's not what I want to do. I have a lot of respect for Total Biscuit. And early on, after he passed away, I kind of made my decision that I wasn't going to allow any Total Biscuit mocking emotes. So like Omega Lol and all that. And then Keck W and all of those just never really gelled very well with my chat's community. So I just removed them. And personally, I find that Keck W just removes interesting conversation and kind of promotes people just spamming and being rude to the streamer. And I don't find that to be particularly entertaining. Like, I've been on this site for way too long. I've been streaming for 8 and a bit years now, almost. So it's... For me personally, I chose to just not permit any of those emotes because they don't really benefit the channel, really. Like, we have some FFZ emotes enabled. Like, you know, there's some anime emotes. You can have comfy tag, all that stuff, but the kind of Keck and Keck W and Omega Lulls of the world just kind of attracts negativity, in my experience. And not like fun negativity, just crappy negativity. Might be back later. Cheers, Sad Robot. Thanks for subscribing. Hopefully you got enough dwarfs in, even though you got here kind of early in the record sequence, but cheers. That's 2 dwarves slipping into depression. Max will snap out of it. I don't know about it. Let's also dye some cloth. Let's make some leather crafts. Well, leather. Let's do leather earrings. Some leather straps. Which go through your ear holes. Now I'm wondering what leather earrings would look like. Hold on. Leather earring. Huh. These actually look way more interesting than I thought. Looking at these are kind of neat. Huh. I don't know what I was expecting, but these look kind of cool. Huh. We already traded with the merchants, so that's fine. They're free to leave. So how's your clumsy dwarf doing? Your clumsy child? Well, you're 11 years old. You are disgusting, being nauseated by the sun. You're vomiting currently. You do as you please. Your younger brother Vin is growing up well. You've already created an artifact. I'd say you're doing pretty well, Diamond. Came back to a fort after 3 months and you have a room with 10 unmarked levers and you don't know which of them closes the automatic sunroof. Start pulling levers and see what happens. That's quite literally it. You know, I kind of love that there's like this mystery in Dwarf Fortress if you don't name levers of just like, what's this one do? I have a lot of levers like that in this fortress that'll have like a note on it and I'll be like, I don't know what this note means. That always amuses me. Curse you, stinking ball of flame. Yeah. Pretty much. Great balls of fire. All right, let's bump this up to higher priority. I need this done, and all the dwarves are kind of busy. There we go. Now they're doing it. There's just too many things that need to be done right about now. How's it going? It's going. How's things, Glender? Pouring rain? Cozy vibes? But yeah, that's pretty much it. Just playing dwarfs. Our mayor of like 100+ years passed away. So now we have the 153-year-old Tiny Goliath, who loves the job of being mayor and got yelled at by an unhappy citizen and is very empathetic. Who's also our captain of the guard. So now we have judge, jury, and executioner on one dwarf, which seems healthy. A key to what? Are you asking about like for levers? Net Jam Jr.? Or are you asking about something else? I mean, I do. You know the rules, and so do I. For the symbols, I mean, they're pretty clear. We've got walls. We've got stairs. We've got a dwarf. Got another dwarf. We've got blocks. This is open space. This is open space with a roof on it. This is open space without a roof on it. But no, I don't. That might not be a terrible idea, but I don't know how many people would actually need it. I got metal bars. Yeah. Do you need a key to watch, like, Civilization? I don't know how useful it would be to people. But yeah, if something seems confusing and you don't know what it is, ask what it is. Mostly the letters that confound you. Well, the problem with the letters is like there's multiple creatures that share the letters. If you see a lowercase c running around, it's probably a cat. The tildes are lava. The O's are either trees or pillars or blind cave ogres, but that's fine. You won't see blind cave ogres. When a tree starts moving, that's when you truly freak out. The U's are all unicorns up here. If they have little doohickeys above them, they may be human. If they are not white or red, they are probably just a human. The C's are cattle, and there's a dead cow in the middle because it's got the red background. This one's just lying down because it's underneath its child for some reason. This dwarf is pasturing them. I'm trying to find other letters that could confound you. Yeah, if you see something that confuses you, just ask and I'll tell you. Yeah, that too. Yeah, if you see a letter that confuses you, just let me know. I mean, like, I use this tile set because it's pretty self-explanatory. Like, with ASCII, it gets a little bit silly to decipher if you're not used to it, but this tile set makes most things make sense. But, like, for example, let's see if I can find some actual wild animals around. Like, there's a barn owl here. Barn owl's a bee. And it's flying through the sky. Another thing that'll help is if you look over on the right, there's a number going up and down. If it's green up in the top right, I guess it would be up there. Left for me, you're right. That's the Z level that we're on. So because it's green, it means we're above ground level. If we go below ground level, if I stop following the thing, it hits a 0, that's ground level, and now we're underground. So everything that's negative red is underground. So this is all underground down through the depths. Because Dwarf Fortress is kind of like flat Minecraft. It's Minecraft in this, like, Minecraft cloned its level generation, basically. So it has the same kind of, like, little blocky layout as Minecraft, except you only see one layer at a time. So we're one layer further down, one layer further down, one layer further down, one layer further down, one layer up, 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 until the little box on the right-hand side hits the blue, and then we are up above ground. So that's kind of the TLDR of what's going on in Dwarf Fort. And it's one of those things where if you play Dwarf Fortress a little bit, like not even a lot, just a little bit, you very quickly pick up the patterns that things move. And it's to the point now where, like, even though the dwarves all look the same aside from their colors, because different colors are different jobs, I can tell what dwarf is what just by the way they walk, because they all walk differently. They all have slightly different pathing. Because they're all unique individuals. So if a dwarf runs by, most of the time I can figure out who that dwarf is by the time they get to the other end of the fort without even looking at them. which I've always found to be kind of miraculous, you could say. Got military dwarves, they're sparring. This over here is a mill. These are millstones, these guys, that are connected to levers, which are connected to windmills up at the top of the windmill. They're spinning, so I can mill plants, put that on repeat for a bit, and make some flour. Probably make rye flour. I think that's the only plant that I have that can be made into flour currently. No, it's just practice, Brander. It's like Minecraft currently. The game used to have functioning structural integrity, but it pissed people off, so it was removed from the game. Maybe one day it'll get added back in, fingers crossed. But also it caused frame rate problems because there was so many calculations going on in the background. I think we just need to wait for that. Yeah, there's just too much going on. What are they working on? That's probably what they're working on. Haas, thanks for gifting a sub to Diamonds. Is that because Diamond is repping your emotes? Cheers, Haas, thanks. Goes a long way. Appreciate you, man. Also, I like the Halloween emotes, by the way, Haas. It's supposed to be anonymous. Well, you fucked that up. Anonymous, thank you very much for anonymously definitely gifting a sub to Diamond. Anonymously. Maybe. Well, cheers. You know that's a tax deduction, right? Yeah, so things will collapse. There is structural integrity, but like I said, it's kind of like Minecraft, where if you have a single block, you can support an entire fortress with a single block right now. I personally would really like them to kind of go back to the previous world where stuff could just collapse, but people don't like that, so. Apparently, I have received 5 community awards on Steam. Whatever that means. Oh, because my Odd Realm review got a bunch of awards. Cool. Good for me, I suppose. Dwarf Fortress is kind of like watching an ant farm. This is a particularly small ant farm, but it's still an ant farm. It's like, why did I just get a bunch of emails from Steam? One of them is literally just like, you were given a bunch of awards. Apparently. As if there is nothing supporting it. Or if something like takes out the supports somehow, which can happen. You can also you can attach levers to pillars or support pillars, which can cause cave-ins when you pull the levers. So you can cause controlled cave-ins. Like, as an example, over here, there's a very conspicuous square here. Well, that's because it was up here, and then I pulled a lever and caved that in onto a forgotten beast that was right here. So it went splort, and we flattened it. It's dead now because there's a lot of rock on it, which was a pretty good murdering activity. Pretty effective. I was quite satisfied with that. There was a forgotten beast there, and now there is. Well, actually, there was a forgotten beast and a dog there. I can't. Was it a dog? Did I use a dog or did I use a pig? I can't remember. There was a piece of livestock there as well at one point. They are now very flat and very dead. Need to get rid of all of this. Splat, quite literally. Yep. Dwarf Fortress is a very good splat simulator. Yeah, my other fortress. So this is the point of this fortress is to keep it alive for 1,000 years in game, which, to my knowledge, has literally never been done. And we are a year and 2 months in, 14 months in, real time, and I'm about a third of the way done. Almost. So it's going to take a while. So there isn't a lot of violence. There isn't a lot of risk being taken. I'm not at war with anybody. We're trying to just keep this fort running and keep the dwarves sane. Yeah, the dog. Whereas my other fort, Reigns of Terror, is much more normal Dwarf Fortress affair where we're at war with a bunch of people, getting invaded constantly and setting stuff on fire and doing all that shenanigans. So it's much more standard dwarfy affair. Whereas this fort's a little bit odd, I would say. Just a little bit odd. Not in a bad way, but different from the way most people run forts. This fort is more akin to like a Dwarf Fortress soap opera than standard Dwarf Fortress play, but that's part of what makes it fun. But we're going to be starting up my next mega project today, and I know exactly what I want it to be, and it's going to take a long time if I do it the way I want to do it. So. Because my last mega project was, see this tube full of red? I built a tube out of glass. This took about 100 years in game. Built a tube out of glass that went all the way down to the center of the earth. And then filled it up with lava. So I have a giant lava bong, which goes down to a lava reservoir down here, which is coming out of this lava flow, which, of course, goes even further down, which we could have gone all the way down to the lava sea, which is all the way down here. Underground, 157 layers down. But I didn't go the extra 30 layers. So yeah, that's what you can do in Dwarf Fort. You can spend 100 years building a glass tube and filling it with lava. Only lost one dwarf two dwarves in the making of that. 2 dwarves. If the glass shatters, I don't think it can. Dwarven construction is very sound, but there are areas where things could fall in. It would be more like if I intentionally released it. Considering the amount of lava involved. Lava is nowhere near as scary as water, and I know that that might sound really silly, but water can build up pressure. And what somebody in my chat did some math after looking at the water pressure that I built up in my previous fort, or in my other fort that I have running, and estimates, investments are open, heads up chat, that I can make water break the sound barrier in Dwarf Fortress. Um, so essentially, water is very scary in Dwarf Fortress. Water pressure is even scarier. I have I used to do a series of videos on YouTube called Today in Dwarf Fortress, which was basically like a narrated highlight reel. There were a lot of work to do, and some people liked watching them, but they stopped being creatively fulfilling and interesting for me to do, so I stopped doing them. And one of them is called What Happens When You Dig Too Deep. Spoilers for that video, it literally ends with me draining an ocean into hell instantly. It literally ended with me digging through a wall and instantly flooding hell. So there's some things you can do in Dwarf Fortress that are goofy. Also, how you doing, Wave Depletion? How's things? You build an overflow valve on every large water tank you have. Yeah, no, absolutely. Always build an overflow valve. Always build drainage. It's like lava. It starts to flood out and it goes in slow motion and dwarves can just walk around it, right? But water? Yeah, there's there's like no way to get around that. Stressful-ish week. I'm having a very stressful week. I'm trying my best to hide it, but it's been a anxiety-driven week. That's the best way to put it. It's been an anxiety-driven week. I'm shocked that I'm in like as high spirits as I am. To put it, to be honest, like I'm shocked that I'm as like cheerful as I am. But, you know, it is what it is. Not too much you can do about it. Also, it's time to do a silly. Not really a silly, but we're going to mine back here. I'm just going to let them auto-mine for a bit, because there's plenty of stuff there. It'll be better once my mom's out of hospital. Things are just stressful right now. But apparently I get to see my older sister and my younger sister in the same room for Christmas, so that'll be nice. First time I've seen my older sister since, like, and my younger sister in the same room since 2018? I think that's right. 2018? I've seen them both independently since then, but not at the same time. There's a lot of long-term life stuff that needs to be figured out. Goodwin, Brander, rip everybody else, including me. Yeah, no, one of the scariest parts of every fort, in my opinion, for Dwarf Fortress is building your first well. Because you never quite know what's going to happen. Like, you always have, like, a degree of an idea of what's going to happen. You always have to be very careful. I don't want to mine through my only... I don't want to mine through these engravings, because these engravings were made by our forefathers. Yeah. Like, this engraved on this wall is an exceptionally designed image of berries. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Longdeath by the eternal adventure of time in the early spring of year 5. Engraved on this image is An image of goblins and dwarves by DeBerry's. The goblins are fighting with the dwarves. The arc relates to the attack on the eternal adventure of time, and by the ignited creation of by the joyous devil in the spring of year 9 during Cock-Axkit, the assault of Lansing. So we have to keep our history intact. So we have to be very careful to not damage any of those. Very careful to not damage any of those. And all right. Be very careful to not auto-mine out these, because these are engraved in the fancy ores and gems and stuff that were in the walls, right? So I don't want to accidentally mine through them. Because if I set auto-mining like this, they might accidentally mine through them. And that would be very bad. Because those are one-time drawings that we will never get back. I've got to be very careful to not lose them. I got to dig around them and make sure that we don't automate mining through any of these. We'll automate these as well. As long as I don't automate the art on the walls, we should be good. And it is now summer. And we wait for the game to save, which is the longest period of waiting that we have in Dwarf Fortress. And all right, here we go again. So we're mining out lamanite, which is a ore of iron. Which I appear to be running low on, based on my estimations down in the basement. So we appear to be running low on it. So, which is why I'm mining it out. I would consider doing that as well, Diamond. But I'm always in Halloween mode. On this channel, you always have Halloween emotes. So there's no real reason for me to do that when we're always in Halloween mode. Apparently, IR Stupid's review of RimWorld was removed from the Steam page. That's a bad look. Look at Meme Discord. What did you do? Corporate needs you to find the differences between this picture. Yeah, we're always in Halloween mode. This is facts. I can factually attest to that. This is facts. Hey, stupid. I'm curious. Did they send you an email or anything notifying you that your review had been taken down? Because that's weird. And why was it taken down? Did they send you a reason? May the undead prevail. Absolutely. Yeah, no, we ran out of limonite ore. I actually ran out of iron ore. We had like 4,000 iron ore at one point. So they didn't notify you. That's interesting. Oh, hey. Id the merchant has gone berserk. So this is one of my temporary merchants. Because there's nothing I can do. So if I could potentially cause a loyalty cascade if I told my military to kill this dwarf, which could kill the whole fort. So all I can do is let him beat up who he's got to beat up. That's all I can do. But he's berserk, so he's going to kill somebody. Or try to kill somebody. Hopefully just get beaten to death. I'm going to turn off that. I wouldn't say we should start a conspiracy theory. Turning off my military so that they don't get involved. There we go. Another dwarf speeding him. Who is it? It's Zas, another one of my merchants. Looks like they're just punching each other. Yeah, he's just punching him in the head. Come on, Zas, you can do this. I have faith in you. Keep hitting him. And there they go. Rest in peace. Looks like that was the only combat, so that's good. They're gonna bury his corpse. Rest in peace, Id. Arch is over there puking. I'm sure he'll be fine. The violence was a bit much. Max has slipped back into depression. But they seem to be storing or putting the body away. As they should. Yeah, round of beers for the fallen dwarf. Sad times, truly. Let's continue deconstructing things. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it really depends on what the content of your review was. You're stupid. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt that you weren't rude or anything, so I don't know. Because, like, obviously, if you say something rude in a Steam review, they're well within their rights to remove it, right? But just leaving a negative Steam review and them deleting it, I think, is odd. It makes me want to go leave an innocent negative review and see what happens. Okay, well, that would be why they removed it then. Because you're promoting another game. Most likely. Like I did that on the on Odd Realm as like kind of a meme, but yeah, there's obviously no way in hell you're gonna be able to get away with that on RimWorld. Of course, Tynan's gonna delete that. That makes perfect sense. Yeah, of course he's going to remove that. I don't know, but hearing that they would remove a meme review like that really makes me kind of squint at the overwhelmingly positive reviews on RimWorld to a degree. I don't know. All right, well, the humans have arrived to trade. They are in their right to respond to it, yeah, but I don't know. I think that that's kind of shitty. Especially, like, considering how heavily RimWorld is marketed on being a game like Dwarf Fortress. Like, I don't think they still have Dwarf Fortress in the like on the title screen, but for a long time there, you'd launch RimWorld and it would just have this message right below the title. It's like a story generator inspired by Dwarf Fortress. It was like right there. Like it used to always have that. I don't think it does anymore because I haven't launched the game in like a year, but yeah, that sucks. Yeah, the only reason I did that on the on Odd Realm is like kind of as a meme, but also just kind of because I know that that dev has that kind of sense of humor. So also, by the way, shoutouts to all the people that are leaving reviews on Odd Realm. That is just thumbs up, not RimWorld. I just think that that's very funny. That's just very, very funny to me. But I completely acknowledge that it's more for the memes than anything. It's clearly not useful to others. Yeah, but that makes me wonder how many other negative reviews they've removed because there's so many completely useless positive reviews, right? Like, there is so many reviews for RimWorld that's just like, war crimes, thumbs up. How's that a useful review? So if you're using the argument of is it a useful or a not useful review, there's so many useless positive reviews. So I don't know if I agree with that. Because there's far more useless positive reviews than I think that there is useless negative reviews. So by that logic, they should also remove the useless positive reviews. But they're not going to do that, right? So I think kind of either you have to remove the useless positive and the useless negative, or don't remove any. Unless they're offensive. And that's not offensive. So they're also probably really annoyed at those types of comments. They also marketed their game on Dwarf Fortress. So sure, they probably are annoyed at it, but it's annoyance of their own doing. Yeah, they can. They have to jump through hoops, but they can. Like, they can't just delete the ones they don't like. They have to. There is like it's like a appeal this review process basically. So it's more than just delete. It's not like YouTube comments where you can just go and delete them. Like, you have to appeal to remove them. So there has to be a reason to promote them or to delete them. So I don't know. That get close to DF? In feel, yes. Depth-wise, absolutely not. DF Steam Edition. Well, that's the same game, my dude. Like, to a degree, Songs of Six scratches the same itch Dwarf Fortress does for me, but it's nothing like Dwarf Fortress. Odd Realm scratches the same itch as Dwarf Fortress does, but it's a completely different game again, with completely different mechanics. The one mechanic that Odd Realm has is the scrolling up and down. There's a few elements of games like Timberborn that kind of scratch the same itch, but to me, Timberborn just felt boring and underdeveloped, so I kind of got bored of it after about 4 hours. Like even RimWorld to a degree feels like Dwarf Fortress in some ways, but my big issue with RimWorld is just how uninteresting the world is, and the fact that the game is only capable of telling like maybe a dozen stories, and they usually all end the same way, which is everybody fucking dies. Whereas to me, Dwarf Fortress is capable of telling so many more, significantly more interesting stories. Speaking of, only one human faction is trading with us, and they didn't send a royal treasurer still. What the fuck is going on over there, guys? So, I don't know. I mean, No Moria was getting there, and then they stopped developing that game because they ran out of money. I really hope that King Under the Mountain feels like Dwarf Fortress when it's finished, because that game is trying to, yeah. But no, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that because it's got more. It's got more potential in the management game side for King Under the Mountain than Dwarf Fortress does right now. Dwarf Fortress isn't particularly interested in making production chains. Dwarf Fortress is more interested in history generation and the way the dwarves interact and like family tree generation. Whereas King Under the Mountain seems like it's going to be more of a, you need this material to craft this, to craft this, to craft this, to craft that, to craft this, to craft this, to make this. This kind of game. So I think that King Under the Mountain and Dwarf Fortress are going to end up feeling quite differently, but I do hope that King Under the Mountain ends up having the Dwarf Fortress feel. I need to ping that developer and see if he wants to talk to me at some point. But depth-wise, no, there's really nothing that compares. Like even games like Caves of Cud and Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead have elements that feel kind of like Dwarf Fortress, but again, they're completely different games. So, like, yeah, I don't know. I honestly, when it comes to games that get close to feeling like DF, it's probably like RimWorld, Songs of Six, No Moria. But none of them are even remotely close to playing like Dwarf Fortress or having the same level of depth and replayability and interest. Although RimWorld's got the difficulty. That's one thing I'll say about it. If you want a hard game, RimWorld's probably a pretty good bet. Songs of Six, I haven't actually played the combat side of it because it wasn't in the game the last time I played it, but I need to try the combat in that game. But Songs of Six has a lot of potential too. Let's buy some fancy picks, why not? All of the dwarves are bringing stuff to the trading depot. This is all stuff that the king mandated we make. And he died of old age. And we don't have the king anymore. Because he had no heir in the fort. So it had to go to his cousin in another fort. Chat, what's a game that scratches the same itch as Dwarf Fortress that you play sometimes? Curious. Like, what's a game that you play that scratches the same itch as Dwarf Fortress? Even if it isn't as deep or has as much variety and storytelling or anything. What is a game that you play when you feel like playing Dwarf Fortress, but maybe don't want to play Dwarf Fortress at that exact moment? Chess. Interesting. Huh. Go. Fair enough. Do you want to know what game I play the most that isn't Dwarf Fortress that I play off stream? Fucking Trackmania. I'm a maniac and I can't be trusted. Yeah, Crusader Kings has similar storytelling elements. But that is apparently controversial. It's not controversial. I mean, I have 4,000 hours in RimWorld, so ask me anything about RimWorld. But I've grown to dislike RimWorld over the years for a variety of reasons. Fucking cookie clicker. True. I have very, very, very fond memories, and I've had very, 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 very fond times playing RimWorld. My issue with RimWorld is, with RimWorld, it's possible to run out of stuff to do. And I've played a large amount of RimWorld. So I've seen more or less every outcome. So instead of being an interesting scenario generator, which it was for the first like 800 hours I put in, it became a min-maxing strategy game. And when I enjoyed RimWorld the most, there was a lot of variety, a lot of options, a lot of really cheesy, silly tactics, and a lot more like, I guess I would say like fair designed tactics that made the game full of variety and very interesting. But the developer of RimWorld decided that it would be more interesting to, instead of balance the game for a wide variety of players and playstyles, to nuke everything that could be considered OP and kind of force the player into specific playstyles and add in mechanics that remove everything that I personally considered fun about the strategy and base design in that game, and replace it with very specific strategies that the player had to play. And that, to me, removed all of the interest and the fun from the game. Because to me, the interest and the fun in those games is the Rube Goldberg machines that kill your enemies while building an interesting base. And because, for lack of a better term, the pawns are boring as shit, when they then slowly started to remove all of the viable strategies, the game just ceased to be interesting. You don't have enough variety on the moods, and you don't have enough variety in the types of bases I can build. If I want to play on the hardest difficulty or the harder difficulties, I basically have to use preset strategies and do it the same way every time, and that just got boring. Frankly, I just stopped being fun at a point. The one thing that I do genuinely dislike RimWorld for is the fact that they literally promoted the entirety of that game's existence off of the back of Dwarf Fortress. The Kickstarter was promoted very heavily on the Bay 12 game forums. The various versions of that game were promoted very heavily on the subreddit and the forums. It had Dwarf Fortress on the main menu of the game for a very long time. And then at a point, once that game was very successful, removed all of that and now doesn't want anything to do with Dwarf Fortress. And I think that's kind of shitty. Personally, if you're going to market the entire development of your game off of the existence of inspired by this other game, and then just at a time say, that may not be profitable to us anymore, and remove that the second they make a Steam page, yeah, that's going to put a bad taste in my mouth. That's going to put a very bad taste in my mouth. So, I don't know. I like RimWorld. I help organize the Hot Potato Charity Marathon, which raises a lot of money for Doctors Without Borders every year, and I will be participating in that. I won't be streaming RimWorld, but I will be working on the back end, and you'll probably hear my voice at some point on that if you watch any of that. But I don't want to play that game anymore. Yeah, the difficulty in RimWorld is no longer difficulty. It's now just how patient are you with the game's bullshit. You were playing Rise to Ruins for a while, and that hit the itch for DF. I've never actually played Rise to Ruins, but I've owned it for forever because I bought it when it was really cheap. $800 hours of fun is pretty good, though, even if some of that was patched out now. See, that's what I mean. Like, I guess, like, the RimWorld's balancing is the thing that finally broke RimWorld for me. The fact that they balance it around how much patience do you have instead options. My geolocation, like, we're pretty close to the equator for this world. It's a pretty small world. I mean, we're in temperate, and it's temperate enough that we get snow in the winter. We have all 4 seasons. The trees change color. We're kind of in like a swampy, like, plain, like kind of on the edge of a swamp, on the edge of a mountain, basically. So it's like pretty temperate. So it's not controversial to like RimWorld by any stretch. That game's very, very good. Like, I have issues with the way that game is balanced, and I have issues with the way the developer treats that game and its community, and I have issues with like promises that were made. Like, for example, RimWorld swore up and down, left and right, that they would never charge for downloadable content. Well, they have 2, and they're both $20. And the game's $40. They also said the game would never go on sale many, many times. Game goes on sale now. Because it didn't go through on sale throughout early access, and the dev said it would never go on sale. Like all of that shit. Like it's more of like the behind the scenes stuff with RimWorld that bothers me. The way it's balanced, the way it's marketed. That's what bothers me. The game itself is fine. What do you mean by agent style games? Honestly, Oxygen Not Included is for smarter people than me. It's funny. People talk about like O&I, like Dwarf Fortress having a hard learning curve. Oxygen Not Included is like 500 times harder to me. I don't understand that game. Really? I don't play Factorio, but that's awesome, actually. Well, no, RimWorld is was stated pretty well by Athros just up there in chat. RimWorld is a base-building tower defense game with some mood management and some light story generation elements. That's what it is. It's a base-building tower defense. It's a base-building tower defense. I have a specific reason why I didn't like Oni, and it's not a fault of the game. It's me. I don't like Oni because, to me, Oni is it's not a story generator. It's the dupes are a resource, a renewable resource, not a character in the game. And I like having characters in my game that I get attached to. And the second you make them an expendable resource, I lose all attachment and interest in them as characters. Also, I'm just realizing that this dwarf needs jobs. I'm giving you jobs. Where you don't have direct control, but you do have direct control over your pawns in Rim. What? You literally like shift select, go here. Same with Odd Realm. I think I'm pretty sure No Moria and Dwarf Fortress are and Songs of Six do that, or don't have that. But in Songs of Six you get control over them for combat. I don't know. So, yeah, no, RimWorld's not an RTS. It's a base-building tower defense game. Very min-maxy base-building tower defense games. It's actually kind of funny. It's like almost every game that is heavily inspired by Dwarf Fortress, I can point at it and tell you what it's actually like and not Dwarf Fortress. It's like RimWorld is a base-building tower defense game. A lot of the space games. I haven't really gotten into Starmancer heavily, even though I backed that game. But Space Haven, which is a pretty high-selling game that sold itself as inspired by Dwarf Fortress, has almost nothing to do with Dwarf Fortress and is very similar to Sims. It's essentially like The Sims in space, and has very little to do with Dwarf Fortress. A lot of those games have more in common with The Sims than Dwarf Fort, where it's a lot more visually obvious what the characters are doing with very little background simulation. Okay, you are restless, but I can't put you in the military because you are not a military happy dwarf. For O&I, I love the physics simulation of O&I. I've always wanted I want someone to make a game that's like O&I crossed with Noida, but a different style of management game than O&I. I want someone to take one of those two engines and make a game that's more akin to Dwarf Fort. I don't like micromanaging conveyor belts. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm not into conveyor belt games. I respect the hell out of them, but they're just not for me. Is there a kangaroo in captivity in my... Oh, there is. Caught one. Let's butcher all these. I need to train them enough so that they don't run away. Huh. See, to me, the problem is when I think of agent-styled... Hold on. I think of... Let me find a thing. I need to go into the archives of video game bullshittery history. Agent... Video game... Did it even have a trailer? Holy shit, it had a trailer! Agent was a stealth action game developed by Rockstar North that was originally announced for PlayStation 3. The game was planned to take place in the 1970s Cold War setting. Agent was teased in July 2007 and formally announced in June 2009. The trademark for the game was renewed in 2013 and 2017 and abandoned by November 2018. That's what I think of when you say Agent. So, you know, but fair enough. Like, that term does make a lot of sense. See, I say it's the difference between a colony defense game and a colony simulator. If it's a simulator, they just do their thing. But I don't know. I feel like I don't know if that's... Huh. I don't know. I like the term. I just don't know how useful it would be to a lot of people. Because a lot of people, I think, would just look at that and be like, what? But then again, that's how a lot of people feel about my endless screaming of roguelike versus roguelite versus run-based. So, you know, ponder water displacement. Displace much water. I think it's time to just let the dwarves chill for a little bit. Maybe with some deconstruction of this. And I can do more mining. I think it will, like, as the genre widens, right? Nuance needs to be placed in the language so that people understand what you're talking about, right? When you have a very enthusiast level discussion about something, then you can have a very enthusiast level audience. But once the audience widens, you need to have more nuanced discussions about things, which is why roguelikes have become such a clusterfuck in the normal verbal lexicon of people. It's because it's like people don't even know what the differentiators are anymore because it's no longer the hardcore audience talking. It's now mass marketing, media, and buzzwords talking. And the second you add that into the mix, things just become a clusterfuck usually. So Yeah, it's time. We do need to have more nuanced conversations, especially like when I start seeing people asking Tarn during the future of the fortress. How do you feel about the dwarf light games coming out? Like someone straight up used that term, dwarf, DWARF, LITE genre that is emerging, and it referenced RimWorld and a few others. And I looked at that and my brain started hurting. I'm like, no, not again. We need to stop this. So, to me, they're all just colony simulators, but you don't hear the difference very good. Yeah, which is why I like run-based and roguelike, because they sound super different and are super fucking different. Ah! But I'm fighting against the megalodon of marketing companies, so good luck for me, I guess. Is Angband? It's a fucking good one. All of their drivers in Seattle have COVID-19. Wow. Huh. I guess like the after work makeout sessions were a bad idea then. Jesus. Jesus. Speaking of, I wonder if I can turn up my bitrate slightly. I might drop frames for a few seconds. Hopefully not. Let's see. I'm wondering if things have stabilized. I'm going to start turning the bitrate up quietly, making the stream a little bit clearer. It must be. Do they just like shake hands and French kiss every single person they deliver packages to? I mean, come on. All of FedEx's drivers being out with COVID? That's fucked up, man. Like, genuinely, like, that's just fucked up. That's wild. Wow. Wow. Seattle FedEx orgy? Maybe Seattle FedEx after party. And it could be like, not a metal band, but like a, just like a good, like, hard bass rave music. Yeah, they're all sharing the same water cooler? Yeah, basically. Or like they're not sanitizing the trucks, maybe? I don't know. I'm trying to think like what could cause that to happen. Now that's interesting. Zas the merchant has grown attached to a diorite figurine of dwarves. Huh. They have a figurine that they're attached to. That's interesting. I don't see that super often. That's neat. I like it. I mean, there's definitely like a lot of like 90s hard bass groups that have similar-ish names to that. Like the Amsterdam Techno Cult, for example. Sheer number of people they contact with every day. Aren't they like, I don't know about what, the way that, I don't know how they deliver packages where you're at down there, but up here at the very least, everything is still non-contact. Like, you're not allowed to sign things. They take a picture of the package in front of your door and text it to you. That's how it works now. Unless you physically let them in the building, at which point they acknowledge that it's you and leave it outside of the building. That's still the way they're delivering packages here with FedEx, Amazon, Purolator. That's how they all do that. Oh. Well, there you go. If they stopped doing that policy a few weeks ago, that's why they're all sick. Round of applause, FedEx. Round of a fucking applause. You know what's cute and adorable about the current world that we live in? Is all of the people, companies, and groups that just, like, are pretending that this shit's over. It's like, oh, you think shit's over. You think you can go back to normal. How cute is that? It's like the fucking end the. I don't know if any of you guys have those where you're at, but the end lockdown bumper stickers that we have all around here are finally rubbing off on people, I suppose. That's adorable. That's adorable. So Dwarf Fortress does have sickness mechanics. I can't remember. I know Tarn's talked about it before. I don't think he's said anything about it recently, though. But Tarn's said that, like, infectious diseases would probably be more frustrating than interesting in Dwarf Fortress. So hopefully never would be my statement to that. Because just from a player perspective, like, having to deal with those kinds of mechanics would be annoying as shit, just like real life. So, I don't know. But the game already has poisons and diseases and infections and sickness. So, but there is no, like, murder virus that could just make all your dwarves die for some strange reason. Unless it's like lycanthropy. Because you could all get infected with, like what he said about individual currency. I mean, individual currency happened. That was actually, like, in the game for a while. On this fort? Tantrum Spiral could do it. Doubtful. I mean, maybe if I got, like, a land titan made of steel that had wings and webs, that would be difficult to deal with, but I probably could still deal with it, Lpox proxy. If my faction died out and I couldn't call any more merchants, that would be a problem. We could theoretically... I would have to, like, resort to locking dwarves in their bedrooms with their significant others until they make more baby dwarves. I mean, all that it did was it was a way too accurate high-speed simulation of inflation. Sad robot. So it just lagged the game to all hell. But yeah, things that could destroy this fort. If a dragon got into the fort, which is doubtful. There's a few things that could kill it. The wrong forgotten beast. I could fuck up and kill it. But realistically, I don't think so. Outside of my faction dying, I don't think so. Why do you ask? Just curiosity, or? I mean, at this point, how many dragons are in this world, I do not know. I do not know. I'd have to look at Legends. I haven't looked at the Legends in about 200 years. Year 300 world save is available, though, if you want to go dig it up. I mean, we had the weird, elusive, invisible ghosts that made factions, diplomats go insane and were constantly slamming traitors into walls, so that was fun. I've discovered that there are ghosts in Dwarf Fortress that the player can't see that do not affect the player, which is fun. And I don't know if it's a bug or not. But all that we do know is that still it's still a theory. I don't know for certain. But the insanity has ceased since I memorialized every single named character that was not a member of my fort. Nope, the world runs in the background. It didn't up until I think it was 2016's update. It used to stop. I think it was like 2015. There's an interview that they did, or 2014. Fuck, I can't remember what year it was. There was a point where there was where Dwarf Fortress, the world just ended basically, and everything would slowly start dying after World Gen. But no, stuff continues. This faction has spread quite a bit since World Gen. The goblins spread a whole bunch down here in the first 100 years, but since have slowed down quite a bit. The humans every so often will build a new town. They are well, they're not rising in parallel to you. They will never rise as fast as the player, but they do build new things and construct new things. The more active wars and trading and stuff going on in the background, the more stuff can happen. Necromancer towers can be built. You know. You never get to a point where it seems safe and prosperous and you usually get bored and restart. You're also probably not streaming. Like, I've been honest with people. I don't think I would be doing Longdeath if I wasn't streaming. Like, this is almost more of a... I've had people say that Longdeath is more akin to a podcast than Dwarf Fortress stream. Which is fine. But I've discovered some weird bugs that never would have been discovered if I hadn't done this. You know? Just because you get bored doesn't mean other people don't. There are times where I get bored of this fort, and then I go play another fort for a bit, and then I come back. I'm having fun right now, though. It's like a fun, weird construction project all the time. As long as I have stuff that I'm working on and projects that I'm working on, I'm not bored. Dyer, thanks for the raid. How was the stream today? And congratulations, by the way. If you guys don't know Dyer, Dyer is one of my teammates. Should go give him a follow. He's good people. Plays a variety of interesting simulators and indie games. It's a good time. Longdeath is the name of this fortress, which we are keeping alive for 1,000 years, which will probably take me another 2 years. Real time. Hey, Joey. Dark Wolf of Light, hello. Hey, hi. It's like a scientific experiment. Sort of, yeah. No, Longdeath is this. It's that whole playlist. Playlist. But seriously, Dyer, thanks for the raid. Cheers, man. Which is, yeah, no, this is gonna keep going for a long time, basically. So it's basically just the name of this particular fortress. I think that the only other fortress that I could really compare this fort to would be Archcrystal, which is no different from a normal playthrough. I mean, it's no different from a normal playthrough aside from the fact that I'm keeping it alive for 1,000 years. I don't really know if I'd consider that a normal playthrough, but theoretically, yes. Although you also don't really play through Dwarf Fortress. You play Dwarf Fortress. Because playing through it would imply that it would end at some point. And even if you delete your fortress, the world keeps going. Because you can always go back into the persistent world. Which is why Dwarf Fortress is so engrossing. Because you can play and then continue playing and then continue playing and then continue playing. Best of luck, Athros. Saw a great horned owl fly by, I think. Yep. Oh yeah, no, there's still definitely interesting stories. Like, we're going to have a power struggle pretty soon because my mayor just died. And Tiny Goliath is old enough to die pretty soon. Because right now we kind of have a bunch of older dwarves that are probably going to pass away pretty soon. And once they all pass away, it's going to be a new generation taking over. So the fort might get destabilized for a bit. That'll be interesting. Because right now my most stressed dwarves are the middle-aged dwarves. So there's going to be a power struggle for a bit. But we'll figure it out. I see what's coming, yeah. Yes, that is true. I mean, I haven't even dug through all 3 of the cavern layers yet. There's a 3rd one that I need to find. So little things like that. By hitting V and then Z and pressing enter. Yep. This is this dwarf that's in the middle of the Scream's mind. Scream's mind? Screen's mind. This dwarf is lonely after being away from family, bored after being unable to practice the martial art, but they're a merchant, which means they're not permitted to join the military because they're not technically a part of the fortress. Annoyed after being caught in the rain and annoyed after a lack of dining tables. Couldn't find a chair. Was upset. Satisfied receiving water. Why did you have to receive water? Plenty of booze. Maybe while you were in hospital, probably. Dreams of mastering a skill is shameless and completely unfazed by the thoughts of others. Very slow to anger. Generally pretty chill dwarf. No, it's fine. But yeah, no, you can always check your dwarf's thoughts. And I know some people who completely ignore that page because they think it's scary, but realistically, this is the most valuable information you can get about your dwarf. It's all pretty evenly spaced, too. That first chunk of words that's all scary looking is what they're currently thinking. The light blue text is the god that they worship. The dark blue text is their life story, the places they've lived previously. The gold text is their age. The white text is their description. The green text is their likes and dislikes and some attributes. The gray text is their species. The blue text is their outlook on life. And the white text beneath mastering a skill is their personality. There's quite a bit there. And they all matter about who they get along with, what jobs they want to do, what kind of jobs they can tolerate, how much work they can tolerate, whether or not they like being around bards and people who sing, whether or not they like being in the military. All of that stuff factors. And you can ignore it or pay as much attention to it as you want. And loves touching leers. Yes, Gremlin for mayor. I agree. Gremlin for mayor. And don't worry about asking obvious questions. Like, Dwarf Fortress is a game where it is a genuine question to say, how do I build a door? Like, that's a genuine question that everybody needs to ask at some point. Or how do I dig down? Like, Dwarf Fortress is a game where a lot of very basic questions can sound really stupid, but we all ask them, so it's all good. Greeting. How are we, Darren? I mean, like, there's no issue with using mods and using Therapist and using DF Hack. The annual tributes have arrived, which I will need to screenshot for stone. Off work, hells yeah! I hope that you have a good day off. Is it an entire day off, or did you just finish work? But I do think that if you are looking for the story generation side of Dwarf Fortress, you are benefited by paying as much attention to the individual dwarves as possible. And it is easier to do that if you aren't using plugins. Stone Sense, yeah, it makes your game crash a whole lot. I don't think Stone Sense looks particularly good, so I actually don't like looking at Stone Sense personally, because I think it's really ugly. But you're more than welcome to download my game files from year 300 or year 200 and look at it yourself. Someone has made some 3D renders of this fortress. Well, of a specific forgotten beast in this fortress. Had a dentist appointment. I get you. Well, I hope you didn't have a cavity or anything. You know, I just looked at the Discord again, and I saw that post that Wave Depletion posted, which is apparently your like IR Stupid's review was deleted from RimWorld for being a negative review, which just said not Dwarf Fortress, and then Caves of Cud gets targeted harassment reviews with 0.01 hours, and none of them get deleted. That's kind of cute. Just to check up good shit. I actually like if I had $1 billion and was a billionaire, I would get a professional dental cleaning once a week. Like if I had Bezos money, that would be the thing that I spend my money on. Because that is the best feeling ever. Going into the dentist, getting a checkup, and a cleaning. It's the best feeling. A tooth massage, yeah! Now, if I could get a foot massage at the same time, fuck yeah! Tooth massage and foot massage. The best feels. But yeah, I don't know. To me, not to like roll back around talking smack about RimWorld because it's not really my intent. I feel very gross about that review being removed. I get it if it's like targeted harassment or rude. But that's just shitty. The dentist is your biggest fear? Cavities at the dentist are my biggest fear. Cavities are. Root canals are. Checkups are lovely. It's like, oh, you just make my teeth feel amazing. Quite literally, like it's just like, oh, my mouth's all clean. It's the best feeling. I like that a lot. What are all the dwarves doing? Some of them have any jobs right now. What? All right, let's just put them into the celebrate zone, which basically is a go stand in the tavern and hang out for a bit. We'll do that until the dwarves arrive to trade. So frame rate's gonna be a little worse. We can go into the library, the temple up here, the room over here. And they can all spend some time together. And then all the dwarves quietly come upstairs. Let's assign this to the mayor. They can go have the actually not. I'll just give the mayor the DF stuff. Brogue? Brogue just makes me happy. Just looking at Brogue makes me happy. Brogue is just such a beautiful game. It's just that simple. It's just such a beautiful game. That employees are not allowed to wear masks. Wait, actually not allowed? Whatever happened to American values and allowing and being allowed to do whatever the fuck you want? Do you have any other job lined up, or are you just kind of screwed for the time being then? That's scary, stupid. If your employer allows it, otherwise, yeah. That's psychotic, man. I'm glad that you have a job lined up, but that's still absolutely ridiculous. Like, there was a brief period of about a month where people working in restaurants had the option of not wearing a mask. And restaurants where the people working there didn't wear masks got oddly quiet after that. Like, nobody went to them for a bit. Although the only pub that I go to is usually just empty. But yeah, good for you. You're stupid. It's great that you are in the position where you can do that too, you know? Because that doesn't sit for everybody. Not everybody has that option, so it's great that you had that option. Oh, man, it's scary out there, dude. In EU, at least your country vaccination rate is 70%. Yeah, we have 74% in my province in Canada. Most people wear masks inside. You have to wear masks inside here. I wonder how anti-maskers go grocery shopping, actually. Some of them still remember how shitty life was without, yeah. No, here, public transit and indoor public areas, businesses, you have to wear masks. There are some businesses in the greater Vancouver area that have decided to be maskless. And generally they just kind of get shit on. People are just like, yo, what the fuck? whenever those people are like, hey, dwarfs tell the story of the appointment of Chico to the position of the militia captain of the Eternal Adventure Time in the mid-autumn of 255. Yeah, the Vancouver subreddit is kind of full of that. It's like, oh, this particular restaurant is now no masks. One of the reasons you work for the company you do, masks are mandatory in buildings, no exceptions. People have been fired for refusing. Hell yeah. I mean, that sucks, but still. And the company made the decision to have permanent work from home for anyone that not needed in the office due to there being people who have no option to be on site, manufacturing chemists and such. Yep. So they minimize the risk to them. Well, that's good. It's good that you have an employer like that. You know, it's been kind of. I know that everybody here is sick and fucking tired of talking about the pandemic, right? I think we can all agree on that. All right. But I think it's been really interesting from my position as somebody who's always been employed throughout the thing, because like I'm self-employed, right? I stream, right? My parents have a business and I sort of work for them very part-time, 2 hours a week. But that's not really the majority of my income, even close to that. It's like maybe 10%. So it's like, 5 actually, closer to 5% of my income. So it's like I never really got out of work during the pandemic. I was kind of just always working. There was a, period of time where things became kind of unstable for me, but majority it's been about the same the entire time. And all the plants are dead. That's kind of sad. That's kind of sad, wave depletion. All the plants are dead. Oh no outpost liaison again for the dwarves. Damn. Well, we'll let them come in and then we'll go bring stuff to them to trade. Oh, actually, we can just bring them in now. Somebody posted a picture of the plants. That's so sad. They're all dried up and flopped over. Man. I'm assuming like you have house plants all over where you work. But anyway, it's been really interesting kind of watching people who watch my stream kind of go through this, oh God, we have no work, to, oh God, we have to figure out how to work from home, to, oh God, there's like not enough money going around, and now they need to lay a bunch of people off, to then everybody getting other jobs, to now people getting their original jobs back, but with all of the added benefits. I don't know. It's just such a weird thing to watch. It's been very strange to witness. It's like, when I was growing up, I learned about like big shifts in culture and things that radically change the way we operate, I guess. And there's never been a point where I've seen that happen in real time, but I don't know. We're in a weird culture shift.
I am the garbage man. Oh, yeah.
Oh, hey, Resfame. I'm the cutest. What's up? Happy podcasting. Happy rambles. Cheers, Thranjor. I don't know if Spitalier's here right now. Spitalier tends to pop in and out. It's a bit late where Spitalier's at, so it's pretty late in the day. Were you traveling all day today, Stone? Also, hello. Hope your travels back to the West Midlands were safe. But I'm a little hungry. I need to go get lunch soon. That's how I'm doing. Today, my day today's been pretty good. I woke up early, took the dog for a walk in the rain, which she was not happy about. I'm dog sitting until Thursday. But then went to bed. Ah, fair. I got you. So you just woke up then. Yeah, temporarily taking care of dog. No, she's not even in the room right now. How could I point a camera at her if she's on my bed at the other end of my apartment? And also the camera's in a different place now, so it's not as easy as it was previously. And I'd really rather not show you my carpet that needs to be vacuumed. If she comes over here, I'll gladly put her on my lap, though. But I need her to come over here. No. It's not how you spell that, but whatever. There is no such thing as dog. I do not have dog. There's definitely no such thing as dog. I did not add a bark command. Oh, call her with a resub alert? Do you understand how headphones work? Her name's Holly. Barkenstein. This is why Diamond's not allowed to name any pets. No. What use is Doggo? Well, currently Doggo is sleeping. Don't disturb sleeping dog. Think about that question, I guess. I mean, if she was sleeping right next to me, I'd point a camera at her, but she's not, so I'm not going to make her sleep next to me. But her name is Holly, and you could try calling her. I don't think it would... Even if you said W-A-L-K a whole bunch, I still don't... I don't think that she would notice. I don't think she'd hear it. It's in my headphones. Oh, Ghost is waiting for combat training. That's why you're not training. Because you're waiting for combat training. To Doggy and Streamer, of course. I mean... Thank you. Don't know how to respond to that necessarily, but... I appreciate the hearts. I'm sure Doggy does all the same. I don't know. I would rather she sleeps and is chill than, you know, runs around like a doggy with her tail cut off, trying to bark at me and such. I appreciate my heart, because if I didn't have my heart, I'd be dead. Heart's the real MVP. Never taking a break until it does. Don't break it. What was me? What's up? How's things? Hopefully things still haven't been so woe recently. Speaking of woe is me, man, there's so much stuff in my mayor's office that needs to be unloaded. So my old mayor died, so they're moving all of the old clothing out of there. All of it. There's so much of it. So much of it. Speaking of dog barking. This is your fault, chat. Because you want to know what happens if she starts barking? I have to end the stream. You know, you missed all the parts where we were talking about politics not 10 minutes ago, so you can talk about politics as long as you're not obnoxious or picking fights. But, you know, as a sort of a slave to large corporations with no health benefits, I tend to understand the feeling. So for whatever it's worth, you're not alone. All right, chat. So I think I'm going to finish trading. And then I'm just going to kind of let the dwarves do what they feel like doing. And then I'm going to take the dog out for a tinkle and get me a sandwich. Bin collection, bus routes. Wait, what? I mean, depends on whether or not your transit system is a private company or not. Twitch politics. Has anybody here watched the documentary on Netflix called American Factory? 'Cause that's a fascinating documentary. Absolutely fascinating. In the word? Is writing a perfect character in a word? In one word? What do you mean by perfect character? Alrighty. Holly. Where are you? Holly. Holly. Come here. Why are you looking at me like that, you little shitter? I have acquired floof. There you go. Floof. You're not allowed to bark at giant enemy cat. So there is a cat that is leaning out of my neighbor's apartment on the upper floor. And she can see it from in the apartment. So she's barking at it. I can't let you bark at giant enemy cat. But you know what I can do? I can give you food to distract you. Woof. I agree. Okay, you really want to go bark at giant enemy cat, don't you? I don't know. Quite literally, if she keeps barking, I have to end stream. So, hope she doesn't bark. I'm going to do one more trade sesh. Remove the trader and let you guys follow wit code. I'm gonna go AFK and make sure dog stops barking, and then we will come back and continue with this fortress. Okay, BRB. Don't get anywhere too fast, and shoutouts to Brander and Animal and Rari for being absolute batshit. BRB. All right. So hopefully, dog is finished with her barking. Did I miss anything exciting? Dwarf is, well, trying to attend a meeting. Socializing. Good, good, good. They're doing what they need to be doing. Also, a good night, animal. We'll see you when we see you. You'll sleep well. During the purr attack, or you will be taunted and forced to feed it. Excuse me? I don't have a cat. I also didn't, I mean, the cat that the dog can see that she was barking at is 3 floors up. Kind of sticks its head out the window and goes, meow. So, final boss, evil cat McGee, fortunately isn't that big of a threat to me. Although, it is a threat to the dog's sanity. There you go. Now that you've finished eating the bloody mess that is your meals, chat can be happy. There you go. White fluffy pooch, courtesy of me mum, is here. She's not my dog. It's my mom's dog. Baby? No. She's 11 years old. She is not a baby. She is a fully grown, dignified lady, is what she is. This is Holly. Her gray hair doesn't show because, well, it fits in with her natural complexion. 1 million-year-old poodle is still Are you also one of those people? Well, actually, no, that's backwards. I don't know. All right. I love poodle. I love poodle. Is this like I love lamp? Because I love lamp. She's like, why are these hands on keyboard and not petting me? Okay, I'll pet you. I have standard. I have a standard. A standard. Okay. I have standards is what I thought you were saying, not I have a standard poodle. But I grew up with a standard poodle. Her name was Allie. And my voice cracked because there was a seed from the sandwich in my throat. Oh, apricot colored? Yeah, we had a black standard poodle when I grew up. And then when she passed away, my little sister got this one, which then eventually got adopted by my parents. And part of the reason she barks when I take care of her is because she gets scared and sad that she doesn't see her family. She's very family-oriented. Like, I can't leave the apartment when I have her. Because if I leave the apartment, she will howl, bark, scream, whine. Fortunately, she doesn't break things, but she does bark very loudly. She is a very much a homebody family pooch, which is why she's my parents' dog and not mine, because I need to be able to leave the house. And I don't have a car, so I would never be able to take her with if I did adopt her for whatever reason. Even though, like, the thoughts cross my mind, it's just absolutely impossible. So, yes. Trapped under the threat of Bork, yes. The borking threats is a very real threat. I've got so many camera angles. Look at this. They are such a loving breed. Considering in France they were used as police dogs, and I think still are, aren't they? Wouldn't want to fight with one. My favorite feature of poodles is that they're compactable. Most, like, dogs are, you know, either large or small, right? Poodles, especially like standard poodles, they're a large dog, and then they curl up, and then they are a small dog. When they curl up, they are a little dog. It's not like trying to share a bed with a mastiff or something where they just take over your entire bed. Whereas, like, a poodle, it's a large dog, and then you can fold them. They're like the IKEA furniture of dog breeds. Let's put the dwarves into the celebrate zone. It's true, though, Psychon. As a poodle owner, you should know this. They are a compactable dog breed. They can be compressed into a very small bowl. They're like the backpacking tent of dog breeds. The one problem I have with this one, you call mine a cinnamon roll. The problem with this one is she likes walking. She loves going for walks. But she doesn't like walking at human speed. She likes walking at pooch speed, which is either extremely quickly or she like hangs behind and like refuses to walk until I tell her to heel, in which case she's very well behaved. But like if I just let her walk at her own pace, it's like either I can't keep up with you and I have to sprint, or why are you as far as the leash can go back, just like walking very sad, slowly and upset. She's like the size of a bath mat. Yep, seems about right. You're wet. You know that? It's pouring rain outside. I had an umbrella. She didn't. So I'm petting a wet dog right now. Yeah. Yeah, that I am. The dog can heel? Yeah, well, H-E-E-L. It's when you tell a dog to walk at your heel. I would certainly hope a dog can heel. If a dog got an injury for whatever reason. I can't reach the camera. The real question is, if she can heal, can she wololo? That's the important question. Holly, look at the camera. Look at the camera. Holly, look at the camera. No, not me. The camera. That. She is very interested in the computer. She's also floofy and she needs a shave. She needs a haircut. First aid dog? What? Yeah, dog can heal. First aid dog, yeah. Why can't we have dogs that can recover the wounded in dwarfs? I'll bet you a dog could certainly pick up a wounded dwarf and recover them. No issues. So, Stone, you missed a major event. Our mayor, Peter, died of old age. After a very long time as mayor. Or one of the hardest dogs to groom. Well, I mean, poodles are hilarious because they would never be able to exist in nature because their hair just grows and grows. Their hair just grows and it doesn't fall out. She is very interested in this screen in front of her. But it's okay. The dwarves are just celebrating, so we're giving them a break. Poodle is sheep. Basically, you can make a poodle jacket. Your poodle is so sensitive to any changes in moods. This dog starts whimpering at me when my blood sugar goes low late at night. So if, because like my blood sugar went low last night, yesterday evening when I was getting ready for bed, she just started whimpering at me. She just followed me around and whimpered at me, which is weird. Dogs are so crazy. They got really good hearing and really good sense of smell. Really bad eyesight. Dogs can only see like 3 colors. She can smell your blood? Probably. Probably. How does a dog know that you're about to have a crippling migraine? How do you know that the dog knows that you're about to have a crippling migraine? Dogs can't even spell migraine. Have you seen that dog that can speak English that's on TikTok? The owner just like trained the dog to step on these like light up buttons to spell words for the alphabet, and it like responds. It's kind of spooky, but I have like a raise my hand moment problem for that. Dogs get really upset if they have a favorite toy or a bed or a thing that they like, and then if you remove that thing, they get really upset, right? So I wonder about that dog on TikTok because this owner has spent years or months, if not probably years at this point, training this dog to step on different buttons for different words and then eventually to spell words. Those are not small buttons. That's not a small mat. What happens if you go on vacation? Then suddenly you've removed this dog's method of communication with you and its main way of getting treats. Don't get a dog toy that's red, purple, violet, or orange. I mean, they can still see it. It's not invisible. It's just they don't see the color. They can still see the shape of it. It's not like it's going to be invisible to them. It's funny because I think a lot of dog toys are red around here anyway. It will be on grass. I feel like they could still see it, even if they just see black and white, but I don't know. At that point, they could find it because it would have their scent on it, right? They'd be able to find it. Is this dwarf just out of it? Sort of. Yeah, the dwarf was stuck. Pathing was breaking that dwarf. And then all of the rest of the humans spent as much time oogling over how useless cats are. It'd be like finding a bit of green plastic on a green heart carpet. Sure, but if the green plastic smelled like me and I could smell me, then it would be easier to find it. I mean, it is true. Although my dad was very proud of the cat that they own, which I've taken care of a couple times, the very, very old one, who's almost completely blind and has just pretty severe arthritis. And the reason my dad was so proud of him is because when I came back in from cleaning the school that's attached to their house, I found a dead rat, which was, I don't know, about yay big. My dad's like, he caught a rat! He was so excited. But the old man killed a rat. He still got it. He's 21 years old. Still got it. Cat is ancient fucking history. Still got it. Shoutouts to that cat having, like, immortal powers. All right, I think I need a bigger seed stockpile. I think that's what we need. So I'm seeing them storing seeds in odd places. So let's do that. Noted, Ghost. I will add that sound command either when there is not a pooch on my lap or after stream. Probably after stream. Ghost sent me a new sound command, which is...
Where's that singing coming from? It's coming from me. Ba 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 boo. Oh my god, it's a ghost. That's right, dude.
Fitting. I like it. I sell it to the humans or dwarves, whoever shows up first. You just filter by X. So I don't think I can show you right now. Yeah, I can't show you right now. But yeah, you just filter by X. You sell all the used clothing that pops up. Dog you grew up with, died at like 14. Old animals are nice because they are generally... They have fully developed personality quirks and are less of a pain in the dick, but also more of a pain in the dick in other ways. They have more developed personalities than puppies, which are just like blah all the time. You have a good night's sleep, cutest. We'll see you when we see you. Cheers. Say goodbye to Pooch. What, do you want this? That what you want? You're just staring at it. No? Okay. Yeah, the answer to most of the what do you do with X item questions is either crush it or give it away or sell it. A lot of storing of items into stockpiles right now. A lot of weird pathing happening, so frames are running a little slowly. The meowing ContraPoints clip? What do you mean? Wonder what you think you're looking at, dog. Aside from just my desk. A bit, but I improved my dodging and it is satisfying. I improved my dodging by failing at dodging, I suppose. The other thing I need to do is I need to go down here. I need to go down here and I need to go wood stockpile. Put a bunch of wood down there, which is going to make a lot of dwarves have to transport wood all of a sudden. Where are you putting that, I wonder? I think my dog might want down that, or you want this. She is pointing directly at this mouse, at the mouse. Is that what you want? No? You sure? You can chew on it if you want it. She's literally just staring at it. Make up your damn mind. We may have a slightly chewed on mouse next time. Potentially. Slightly chewed on mouse. You know, Holly, I love you, but it's hard to have you in the middle of everything while I'm streaming. It's like reaching the keyboard is kind of a challenge. Just saying. All right. You want to go down? Nope. Okay. Well, I'm going to go over here then. Maybe not. I guess that is the only option, is for dog to take over stream. I wish I had a more lie downable on lap, which I really don't. I don't have a better spot for her to lie down, really. Fortunately, though, we're just kind of letting the dwarves make cloth. For you to get a fortress to survive this long, getting into self-sufficiency, because we're not self-sufficient, I wish I could say that we were, but we're not, because dwarves aren't breeding quick enough. The problem is once you hit 3,000 dead, you stop getting migrants. Once you hit, I've never done 3D view, so you must be confusing me with a different streamer. Are you confusing me with Nucrium, perchance? Who does that? But yeah, I've never streamed Dwarf Fortress with one of the 3D view mods. Or plugins, I should say. Literally never done that. Actually, I think I did that once. But I digress. Well, that seems like a you problem. It's something that with practice becomes easy. Not even with practice, just a little bit of observation. Well, I mean, if you ever want to learn to play Dwarf Fortress, this is probably the best channel to possibly click on. That being said, fair enough. No issues for the confusion. Although, you obviously don't click that often, because I do stream Dwarf Fortress, I want to say, about 4 days a week. Maybe 5. Usually live around this time. And I've been doing this for multiple years. In fact, I'm pretty sure, according to Twitch stats, I've got more time streamed on DF than anybody else, except for the 24/7 bots, which I quite frankly can't compete with because I can't stream 24 hours a day. So, you know. Fair enough. Fair enough. Although it's also not your first time speaking in my channel, so. You have been here before. It's been a while, though. But you know, I'm the daytime hours person, so. You're here for some other gameplay? I mean, yeah, I've oh. Were you here for Riftbreaker? Well, I did see your name recently. That would make a degree of sense. If you were here for Riftbreaker, that's a game that has 3D graphics, and if you're joking based on that, then I simply misunderstood what you were referencing, which is certainly possible. Might have been it. Yeah, that would do it. That game's all right. I enjoy it. It's not something I'll play too much of, though. Probably play more of it off stream. So far gone, he's never going to recover. But he's made an artifact, which means he won't tantrum, or he can't completely break. He's also got no functioning legs, so he's not too big of a threat. That's Lumpy. Tantrumed a whole bunch for a little bit, and since then has kind of stopped tantruming. Not the biggest threat to society. He's just kind of running around like a mad lad on the roof, in absolute shame and sadness and anger and melancholy, and then when he gets thirsty, he'll snap out of it and he can go drink. Because once they've completed their dream in life, they can't go totally insane. Yep, with no legs. Not the only dwarf who's been in this fortress with no functioning legs. I was talking about a dwarf earlier who had one arm and no legs. Well, no functioning legs. He had spinal damage and lost function in both of his legs and one of his arms. That dwarf, for a good while, lived in the fortress with no legs and one arm. I personally like when both dwarves get when the dwarves get both of their eyes cut out. And I don't know how they get around. I assume they use some format of echolocation, but like, I don't actually know how the game processes their pathing. But they do run into walls quite frequently. Do they just crawl around? If something has a beige background, then they are crawling. But they may be walking on two crutches and like bouncing from crutch to crutch. Because even if they have no functioning legs, if they have crutches, they can walk. Sorry, it's kind of hard to do this with a dog on me. But they can walk. Who needs VTubers when you have real dogs? Look at this. Ain't she adorable? Dignified old lady. Crutch walkers? Why does crutch walkers make me think of duck dodgers? In the 24th and a half century. Lots of things make me think of duck dodgers, though. I also kind of get this almost bonus keyboard view here. Almost. We do have wheelbarrow technology, but no, we don't have wheelchair technology. See, if Dwarf Fortress had OSHA, this game would be a lot harder. See, nobody talks about the fact that that lava tube in the middle of the screen that you can see right now, the big red thing, one dwarf fell down it while we were constructing it. It was a terrible, terrible accident. It was horrifying. We were all very sad the day that happened. We also once caught a dwarf on fire with lava. That was a big oopsie. Relatively recently, I kind of dumped lava everywhere in the tombs layer and set a bunch of grass on underground cave moss on fire. That was an oopsie. What are some other recent oopsies we've had? Oh, there was mysterious cave-ins happening for a while. That was one-shotting dwarves in the skull with a boulder. Yeah. Oh, I mean, like, at the end of the day, remember all of those, like, outdoor survival books? Yeah, the reason they have all of those details about, like, at what point you die when you get frostbite, it's because they sat there and watched somebody die of frostbite once. Just like how we know about how certain berries kill you. It's because we sit there and somebody sat there and ate it, and then they watched to see what would happen. Almost like somebody had to die for us to learn every little bit of our survival. Imagine how many poisonous mushrooms we had to eat before we figured out which ones were magic mushrooms. Man, I really hope that by tomorrow my stream stops dropping frames. Not a big fan of when shit gets unstable. It's just kind of annoying. Dwarf Fortress. What the video game? You do indeed see a dog. She's not mine. It's my mom's. I'm just babysitting. Temporarily. While mom is unable to. She's definitely an old. Yeah. Can confirm she's an old. You were very startled by the moving of that. No, it is not a threat. Or a chew toy. But it is watching you. For the lava column? Well, right now it's our gigantic above ground nightlight. I don't really have any plans for it currently. It's kind of like a giant lava reservoir, so now that I have it, I can do all sorts of weird things with lava. Like, I'm probably going to make some sort of lava moat at some point. We'll use that. Dozens of people. You're being watched. Someone's famous. And I'm also kind of like breaking the allure of the void right now because you can kind of, well, see the edge of it. Also my guitar, which is right there. Easy trash disposal. Yeah. Trash meaning old clothes or people. It's also technically like the most gaudy magma reservoir of all time in a way. Because it is connected to our magma reservoir, which is past the miasma, apparently. Down here. This is connected to the thing, right? And it's what's powering all of our magma forges. You can bite it if you want. You're just sitting here staring at it. Do you want a pillow? Is that what you want? Just wants. She's resting her head on it, chat. I'm starting to think she doesn't understand the game. No, I mean, she's not staring at the game. She's staring at this fleshy rat that I have. Like, legit, that's all she's doing. Like, look, I put it back and she fucking stares at it. Like, she's... Like, she's legit just staring at it. Oh, now she's looking at the camera, but... I thought you were going to bed, cutest. Or was that animal that was going to bed? She seems like a teddy dog. She's very much a cuddler. Yeah. Oh, probably. Actually, I think she's like staring out into my kitchen to make sure there's no intruders coming. See, if I was a mean streamer, I would be charging $5 to show you this, but pat. But I'm not. All right. I also don't have any treats for her because her treats, well, you just get food. This dog has a easy to upset stomach. If she eats normal doggy food, like dry food, she just gets sick and pukes it up. But, so because of that, she has to have non-allergenic fancy doggy food. So this dog eats raw turkey, and pork liver, and bison liver. Not even being mean when I say bitch is eating better than I do. Look at this one. Which means it's also why I don't point the camera at her when she's eating, because her food literally just looks like a weird pile of ground meat and blood. Yeah, she doesn't eat as well as my parents' cat, though. He eats better than she does. Speaking of, did you finish your food, or is there going to be bloody meat in my living room going bad on me? Should probably go check. But I also would have to stand up. And then I'd have to disturb you. And then chat might lose their dog camera. You're not going for my coffee, are you? No, you're not. You're just sniffing my mouse. Nope. Do you want down? Nope. I don't know what she wants right now. This is some of the least engaging Dwarf Fort gameplay I've ever done. I apologize, chat. Good thing this is engaging, at least I think. I don't know what she's doing right now. What are you looking at? The ground? Do you want down? You can go. No? Okay. Why are there 4 dwarves chained up? Excuse me? Oh. Whoops. What did you... Oh. Well, that would be why. I didn't realize that my mayor banned export of rings, and I exported maybe a dozen rings. So I have a bunch of dwarves in prison, including Sad Robot MTG, Mistum, Nish, Eustath, and Defcom. Welp. That's a concern. Hopefully they're all right. This will be a pretty good shot. Have a peek at this. Boop. No, I mean it was the trading dwarf. You were simply caught in the crossfire from another dwarf's mistakes, and took the fall for your superior, as is normal in society. I wouldn't say that you're a bad dwarf necessarily, but you did definitely take the fall for someone else's fuck up. I would say the person who did the fucking up would probably be Ghost, who is our broker. Don't be afraid to do anything and get ahead in this world. I have a feeling that Ghost exported those for the better ratings to the traders, or however that would work. Makes a degree of sense, if you ask me. Oopsies, don't do that. All right. We got a lot of stuff that needs putting away, so we'll let the dwarves finish putting stuff away. Let's call you Faldorf. Faldorf, eh? Maybe. Kind of reminds me a bit of the username of the creator of the game Faith. Faith. Airdorf, I think is his name. Aiordorf. Airdorf made Faith a kind of retro-y aesthetic horror game. Very spooky horror game. Yes, dog, stay there. It's much easier for me to use keyboard. Yep. Boop. Dwarves are all storing wood underground down by the forges so that we can easily make charcoal down there. So that we can burn stuff, because that's where all of our wood burners are. So in case we need charcoal for whatever reason, or ash, we can do that down there very easily. There's several things that you need ash and charcoal for, so gotta bring it all down there. Fortunately, we don't need charcoal for everyday use anymore, but we do still need it for other things. I'm gonna smelt some limonite. This is the area that we are currently mining out. We've had to go back to mining because we ran out of iron finally, which is crazy when you think about it, but we did actually run out of iron finally. It's really weird not actually being on camera and having a dog that's on camera. Are you headed down now? Or are you just shifting? I could play the game better if there wasn't a dog on my lap, chat. Wait, what has a similar aesthetic to White Flag? Oh, are you headed down? You can go down now. All right, here. You have this half of the seat, and I'll have this half of the seat. How does that sound? I'll scooch over. You can. Nope. That'll give you a more firm spot to sit. Better than good gameplay? Yeah, but she keeps shifting over to the right, so I don't know where she's headed. Like she's acting like she wants on the ground. I mean, she goes home tomorrow, because tomorrow's Thursday. Boop. Boop. Does the same thing, and they can be incredibly indecisive. Yeah. Just wants to come first. You want to? If you sit over here, just shift your weight off of my lap, and onto the chair next to me. You see, that's maybe an improvement. How's that? You could lie your head on my lap. That could be lovely. Trying to split a not super big chair designed for one person with a dog. How's that? How's that? Now we can be best buds. We can sit next to each other. How's that? It's still awkward for me to grab the whole keyboard, but how's that? Yeah? You like sitting next to me? You can have your own seat. Is that better? Instead, you just lie your head on my arm. I mean, I think you just made all of chat's hearts melt. Just with that one moment there where you just like rested your head on my arm. Well, chat, we have a problem. I can't move my arm now. Forever. Welp. I am now a doggy head warmer. The stream is stuck. I can't move. Although I'm at an awkward enough angle I can tell that I'm gonna lose feeling in this arm before long. Tired dog? I mean, she is tired. You know, there's a perfectly good lap here that you could put your head on, right? All right, well. She is correct. You don't need a mouse to play DF, but I still need two hands. Ideally. Otherwise the gameplay gets kind of slow. Okay, so let's actually do this. This will remove a lot of jobs from the pool and instead only have 3. There's a lot of other things that need to go away. I mean, because I was paying more attention to the dog than DF, we ended up with this half my dwarves in prison. Well, 6 dwarves in prison. All the ones with the chained icons are in prison. Yeah, and that's your fault. This dog is bullying me out of my chair, Chad. I don't know if I don't know why we are letting this harassment continue, but here we are. Yeah, you big bully. Not letting me in or out of my chair. So, big project I want to start. I have a whole bunch of kind of empty layers that just have some stuff dug out, and that's about it. I want to start carving them out. I'm thinking about digging out a big old square, and then slowly making the square rotate from one floor to the next. Thank you very much for subscribing to the dog stream, where a dog sits next to me and I can't really play the game very easily. So thank you very much for throwing your prime at the dog stream featuring Dog. Her name's Holly. I'm her co-host, Blind. This is her channel, and she runs the place until tomorrow when my parents come and pick her up in the evening. Oh, hey, she finally lay down. Yay! I have elbow room again. Hallelujah. I can't move the chair now, and she's kind of in the way of the numpad, but it's fine. Dogs are a plus. Cheers. Hallelujah, yeah. Hallelujah, yay. I'm just pupper sitting. She's a well-behaved girl, though, generally. But thank you very much for that Prime sub. Cheers. Considering you subbed with Prime before you even spoke in the chat. Did you come over from YouTube, or? The dog is Longdeath canon. Lots of things are Longdeath canon, man. All right, well, hopefully they just start bringing stuff around with the wheelbarrows. Looks like there's a lot of, yeah, there they go. Wheelbarrows are now kicking up the job. There's only 3 hauling jobs per follower of all things dwarves. I see. Well, you know, lots of dwarves go up on the YouTube channel. And fun, well, this fort has the occasional oopsie, but fun doesn't happen super frequently. Unless it's dwarves dying of old age. I'm generally pretty good at avoiding fun. Which sounds bad, but I think you know what I mean in DF terms. It's like, avoid fun, why would you ever want to do that? Well, you know, because we're keeping this fortress alive for 1,000 years, that's why. You know what, let's just get you guys out of here. Can always seek fun. Yeah, this is true. We'll do that on year 999. We're currently on year 322. Actually, technically, 1004 is the year that we'll do that. She is slowly sinking down into just lying down world. You know, I have a lap here. You can put your head on my lap. You don't have to, like, lean it against the desk. That can't be comfortable. Like, I don't know if I can. Hold on, I don't know. Yeah, like, that's how she's. Where are you going? You indecisive pooch. That camera got significantly less effective. Your die of FPS so fast, your PC is weak? Well, I mean, there are ways to keep the frame rate up if you know what you're doing. Also, as you said, if your PC is like old or out of date or super weak, one thing that you can do that'll very much help. I'm hitting wrong keys because my keyboard's in a weird place. One of the things that you could do that'll very much help is just adjusting your fort in such a way so that you have the right number of dwarves for what you're actually trying to achieve. White pillow. She kind of does look like a weird pillow. Aw, she's straight up just like slumped her head down and she's sleeping. I can actually pet her now. You're a nice little, like, hot water bottle, aren't you? Just a little warm cushion. Okay, she finally put her head on my knee. It's under the desk, so I can't really show you, but it's got her head on my knee. She's all happy. It's a good thing I'm wearing jeans today and not my weed print pants. I usually when I'm streaming, I'm wearing my pajamas, which have weed flowers and leaves on them. You know, this is just a little bit better for the branding. Not that, you know, I don't talk about weed all the time on stream, but to vastly grow your miner crew and engravers. Fair, but that won't affect your frames at all. Speaking of, it's time for me to start up my next project, which is going to be down here on this layer. And the next project is going to be pretty simple. Actually, not here. Down here. All right. So the next project is going to be right here. And it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this. One, two, three, four. One, two, three, four. One, two, three. One, two, three. 1, 2. And 1. Usually I have 70 dwarves just mining. How many dwarves do you usually have in your full-on population, considering you said that you had problems with lag? Let's do 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. And 1. 2, 3. 1, 2. And 1. That's going to be layer 1 of this. That's going to take a long time to dig. Except around this, going to cancel all this. So now we can start digging. Chad, should I angle the camera back to my face? Because she is just kind of doing her best impression of a pillow now. What do you think? Face cam or loaf cam? I don't know how else to describe this. Do you tend to have a lot of pets or animals around? Because usually lag spikes occur when either you're doing a processing heavy activity, such as channeling. Channeling often causes lag spikes. Or when they are stuck and unable to get to a desired location. Project level 19, yeah, that's what we could call it. So if they are trying to get to a desired location and are unable to, that could cause some serious lag spikes. Most lag problems in Dwarf Fortress are not actually caused by Dwarf Fortress. Most lag problems in Dwarf Fortress are caused by player mistakes or player interaction. Slaughter all animals. They usually just die somewhere and rot, as you never have enough haulers to remove them before they rot. That could cause problems. A Lots of corpses hanging around, and dwarves constantly getting startled by them can fuck with their pathing, which can cause problems. Should be pretty diligent to deal with that. Oh, someone's sitting back up. Was I petting you too much? What's up? Point. How do you like your seat, dog? Is it a good spot to sit? We found more Galena. But no, the plan for this is every layer down is going to be rotating slightly. Usually only your butchers go there. All right. I don't know. There's almost always ways I can improve a fort's frame rate just by looking at it. But that also just comes with ridiculous amounts of gameplay experience. DF is complex, yeah. No, I mean, like... Yeah, because you're... Well, because I turned this off, but... Boop. Yeah, when she was moving, I thought she might jump down, but she didn't. I mean, even with the camera on, you can't see my face. I guess I could do this. What up? You show up very nice on the camera, you know that? You stand out in the background. How deep have I dug? Layer 127. Minus 127. She lies back down. In this particular fort, layer 100 and minus 120. I think it's 127. I can double check. Yes. 126. 126. All the way down to 164 is the full map. I'm taking my time though. Probably won't go down to the next cavern layer until layer 200. Damn it, you better stop taking my shit. No, I agree. I mean, generally, the last real lag issue I had in this fortress was because I had a cat stuck behind a door. So, like, for whatever that's worth. See, I have not... This fortress has crashed 3 times. 3? In 300 years. And when you say, and then the first crash happens, I really wonder what you're doing to cause crashes to happen. Because I just had my 4th crash, and that was today, and that was because I intentionally crashed the game because something strange happened. But, you know, it's not ready for release. They still have lots of UI work to do. But yeah, I really wonder what you're doing that there's no, that, like, if you manage to crash the game in the first season, like, you're doing something strange. Either you're using a lot of DF hack commands that destabilize the game, or happens while you're just watching. Are you using lazy noob pack or vanilla, and what version are you running? Because that's not right. The game should not crash like that. No, oh, okay. If you want to describe sarcasm, your best way to do that on Twitch, because you said that you lurk a lot, is use this emote. That's like Twitch's sign for sarcasm. It's hard to read sarcasm sometimes. Need to assign some more dwarves to mining. We really have like 2 or 3 miners. Or type in /s, either or. Yep, dog cam. She napping on the desk next to me. Holly is famous. Aren't you now, Pooch? You do make using the mouse rather difficult, though. Mistum is throwing a tantrum. Weren't you in prison, Mistum? Yes, you are. She's not my dog. Nobody important. It's my parents' dog. Technically, actually, my little sister's dog. I'm just dog sitting. Till Thursday, and then I might take her back on Monday if my parents need me to. Also, hi, nobody important. But yeah, no, like, if Dwarf Fortress is crashing for you, there is something wrong. Either something weird with your setup, or something weird with the way you have the game running. Because that is, for lack of a better term, not normal. Especially, like, crashes in World Gen can happen. Like, I sometimes will have World Gen that are generating crash, like, past the 700 or 800 years mark, but only if it's a large world and only if it's been generating for a while. If you're using advanced World Gen parameters, then it is very likely that you'll get crashes if you don't know what you're doing. Which I know some people run into. Until it takes away with a crash. See, like, I never have crashes. Like, literally, this game hasn't crashed in 200 years. In-game. And the last, like, accidental crash this game had for me was when I tried to drain... This is in a different fort. When I tried to drain a volcano into an underground sea. That was an entire cavern layer. And it crashed on contact because of a weird pathing thing that happened. I did it again the second time, and it worked just fine. Oh, well, that's why you're running. Okay, so you're not even playing Dwarf Fortress then. You're playing Dwarf Fortress from 5 years ago. You realize that, right? So 47.04 was what, 2017? 2016? And if you're using Meph's launcher, you're also using... potentially using up to 100 plus mods. So that's not... You're not even playing the same game that I'm playing. At that point. Also, you're missing out on so many features. I would uninstall that and just download Bays from Bay 12 Games. You'll have so much of a better experience. Because absolutely, like, it's to the point where Meph doesn't promote Meph's launcher anymore. Because he doesn't want people using it because he knows how broken it is. So, yeah, you're not even playing the same game as me. So that's why you're having all kinds of weird crashing issues and whatnot. This is like, there was one time somebody came up to me and they said that they were having problems running the game. And I asked them what version they were running. And it turns out that they were running a version of Dwarf Fortress that was from about 9 to 10 years ago. With a weird set of custom mods that were installed incorrectly. So, yeah. Well, anyway, we found out why you have so many problems. Yeah, there was this fort has crashed 3 times in hundreds of years. Diamond. Yes, you can. You just have to turn graphics on. I've installed his tile set in base game. But then I'll put it this way. If you don't update your game and you have weird anomalies and crashes, you have no right to complain about it. You also have no right to complain about the game being unoptimized and not running well, because you're playing an outdated version of the game, right? If you do update it, then you can complain. So update your game so you can complain. But the current version of DF has a lot more features and is incredibly stable. And yes, you can play the game with MEF's tile set installed without that. You have to jump through more hoops than you would just installing a tile set like this, where you just turn on art and then click and drag, but I guess it depends on what kind of experience you want. If you want an experience that is subpar, crashy, laggy, and runs into constant weird issues, then sure, use an older version of the game. I'd much prefer to have a better gameplay experience. At that point, you do you. Outside of the adventure mode outsider bug, I had a crash in adventure mode once because I tried to play as a faction that didn't exist. But that was also a bug that got fixed. Sure, but so I'll put it. I'll be blunt with you, right? I'm an influencer, as much as I hate that term, and I see time and time again people who don't play Dwarf Fortress complaining or stating that they would play Dwarf Fortress if they didn't hear so many complaints, right? And a lot of the complaints come from people who are playing older versions of the game, not the current version of the game. So a lot of those complaints are inaccurate, thus scaring away new people from trying the game in the first place because they hear the complaints. So it makes me kind of sad when I see you complain, and then also knowing that you're playing an older version of the game, because you're like if you post that on a forum, or if you misinformation about DF is a massive issue. So if you post that opinion if you post that statement on a forum, if you comment in a Twitch chat, someone just needs to read that once, and they might not play, and that sucks. So I would encourage you to update your game and ask somebody for help, or look up one of the guides to install a graphical tile set without using MEF's launcher, because it'll benefit the game more and you'll have a better experience. Storing an item in stockpile. Oh, poor missed him. I'm gonna have to expel you. But yeah, no, I'm at the point now where whenever people bring up MEF's launcher, I just say don't use it. Do not use it. Do not use MEF's launcher. Especially like, when I talked to him and he straight up was like, yeah, I wish people would stop using that thing. But not much I can do. So I've said my piece. I've said my piece. So I got 2 doors mining. Why don't they take it down? Archival purposes? Because it is a unique mod pack, right? But people don't realize that it's not the current version of the game in a lot of cases. Like Dwarf Fortress is incredibly good at archiving itself, right? Dwarf Fortress has all sorts of resources where you can go download any version of Dwarf Fortress from Dwarf Fortress history, right? You can go back and install the very first versions of Dwarf Fortress if you want. But because Tarn Adams believes in internet archival and not throwing away and keeping things accessible, can that cause a cave-in? Will this cause a cave-in? No. No, I need to remove every single possible support for it to cause a cave-in. And because Tarn is pretty open about wanting the internet to be archived and wanting information to be available, all of the versions are available. The problem is certain versions show up in search lists before other versions do, so it causes confusion, right? So every now and again, I'll have somebody who's asking me for help on how to solve lag issues or a crashing issue, and it turns out that they're actually using an older version of Dwarf Fortress from like 2014. And visually, it looks identical to the current game, more or less, unless you know exactly what you're looking for. They're trying to install the most recent version of DF Hack, and the game doesn't work. And they're like, what is going on? And it's like, well, not my fault you're silly, but like also there's a lot of misinformation, so it's understandable as to why you would make that mistake. I don't know. I just want people to update the game, and I want people to have the correct information. That's all. But oh well. While the dwarves start digging up Project Layer 19. Most recent version of the game is 47.05. 47.05. So you're playing on a version that doesn't have guild halls. You're playing on a version that doesn't have the better meal system. You're playing on the version that still has harder stress. You're playing on a version that... 46 was when they added in raids. You're playing on a version that still has the anomalous world gen crash. Plus you're using a bunch of mods that destabilize the game anyway. You don't have guild halls. I think, yeah, you would have taverns, because that was 47. Was that the update past 44? When did they add taverns? What update number was that, chat? Does anybody remember? I have to go back through the patch versions. You're missing all of the villain stuff, all of the thieving stuff. Wait, hold on a second. Hold on a second. I need to look up something. Okay, so Meph's launcher hasn't been updated since 2017, right? You're using a launcher with mods from 2017 with 47.04, which admittedly I was confusing with 44.12 feature set. I'm looking at the older versions now. So if you're playing 47.04, which is from February 2020, which is when they added guild halls and everything. That was after they patched out the bugs that made children scream and murder their mothers. You're playing on the same version as I am currently. However, if you're using Meph's launcher, you're using a launcher that was designed for 44.07. No, 44.12, which was July 2018, because Meph didn't update it for 2020. So you're actually, so that's probably not helping. So you're using a launcher that's not designed for that version of the game. Well, anyway, we should stop like just railing on Sral and just let Sral play their game and enjoy it. But I'm not surprised your game's crashing, I'll put it that way. Mef's launcher, it's sort of like Lazy Noob Pack's launcher, where you can automatically configure tile sets and stuff, but it also has the options to add in a shit ton of other mods. It's sort of like a Minecraft multi-mod launcher, sort of. Like you know how you can have mod packs that come with a launcher and you can select what mods you want? Mef's launcher basically does that, but it hasn't been updated since 2018. I am oddly like this just keeps going one layer deeper because like so Mef's launcher hasn't been updated to my knowledge since 2017, which is why Mef doesn't want people using it, and Mef wants people to use the starter pack, which is the Lazy Noob Pack launcher, which does virtually the same thing minus the modding stuff. So to me, it's oddly amusing to me. Like I'm quite amused by this.
Bark, 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 bark.
Let's make 10 copper picks.
Bark, 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 bark.
Well, she was barking earlier. Don't encourage her, Belek. She could get me in trouble if she barks. See? Now she's just snoozing. It's just floof cam. It's floof cam. The problem is she's taking up more of the chair than I am, so I'm losing feeling in my left butt cheek right now. I'm kind of like halfway sitting on my arm support. It's not the most comfortable. Okay, that's actually a bit better, but also kind of worse. This is. Can we now say that you're playing Fortress? Fortress, my new favorite Dwarf Fortress Halloween mod. We are forging copper picks. You are now famous as you present Fluff and Boom, and your famous to find Fluff and two Boom and the Fluff. Okay, fair enough. Team Cat, bruh. I don't pick sides. Team Snake. Can I be on Team Snake? How was your vacation?
Crypt rocks.
Thank you much for keeping that sub alive for 20th month. Are you still on vacation or are you back? Oh no, a straight chicken has been missing for a week. Such loss. I mean, I'm always in spooky mode, as noted by Crypt Bois. We're always spooky here. But I hope the vacation was good. Yep, yeah. You know, Halloween is best season. Stand back, Christmas. Heavyweights are here first. And I as I glare at my neighbor through the wall, who has a Christmas tree in their window already. That dwarf is really slow at mining. Then off to a game dev conference tomorrow. What game dev conference? But safe travels. Repacking, I gotcha. Hopefully I don't keep you up until 6 a.m. this time. Yep. The dog has decided to leave. Ugh. I can actually sit now. Please, no bark. GIC/PGA in Poland. Huh. I feel like I know so much about the games industry, yet there's so many parts of like the games industry that I don't understand at all because I speak English like a pleb. Like a newbie beginner. I speak English, so I miss a lot of things. I still hate Medusas, but I think that's the point. Aside from that, I like the update, but there's still Medusas in the game, so thus, you know, I have to hate something. For those of you who don't know, Epion's the creator, designer, and founder of Jupiter Hell and the owner of Chaos Forge.
This is my favorite roguelike on the Citadel.
I think I got all those titles correct. Maybe I didn't. I don't know. I think I did. No, she's finishing her food. Good dog. I hear weird slurping sounds. Imagine if he got a badge for every single one of those titles. Somewhere if I dig in my collections, I probably still have Epion's business card around here somewhere. Probably. I'm just going to go dig around the edge of this. Okay. Now she's like gained some senses and is just sleeping on the carpet now instead of on my chair. Thus making my life way easier. Are you talking about Twitch badges? That's not what I was referring to. I was talking about like name tags. I was talking about business cards, like physical business cards. Because I don't know, conventions are things that people have been talking about again because Twitch announced TwitchCon 2022. Yes. TwitchCon 2022. And suddenly everybody's like, yeah, by the way, I'm going to that. And I'm just like, I don't know. Maybe you feel safer in the world currently than I do. Because, like, I don't know. Also, the elves have come to trade, and there's 3 of them. That's actually quite the improvement. There's a third more of them this time. There's only been 2 elves for a while. No, I was talking about like physical name tags and stuff at like events where people meet people in reality. Because people do that. Apparently. You know, it's like every time I start gaining a little bit of hope that maybe we get to go back to normal, I hear something like Wave Depletion in chat stating that his package is late from FedEx because all of their drivers in Seattle have COVID. Oh, like just shit like that. This is like, oh my god. You know what I mean? The gradier status. I actually went in this past year and threw away all my lanyards. Indie-pocalypse survivor? Really? Are you really a survivor though? Because if the Indie-pocalypse hadn't happened, you'd just be rich. So, I don't know. Are you doing any speaking at this event, or are you just... True, you're still here. Suffering through the current indefinite indie apocalypse. Well, here's to that. Oh, I was going to ask, why isn't Jupiter Hell featured in the roguelike celebration Steam page sale, Steam sale thingy? Because from what I can tell, it's not. Unless I'm just like, just networking. I get you. I get you. Yeah, you're like the only, it's like the only game that I own on Steam that's not in that sale. That was overlapping? Ah, I kind of figured, but it sucks you couldn't have delayed it a bit to get in on that. But I don't know. What are we buying? They just brought a cougar. That's it. Cogmind isn't either? Oh, I didn't even look at Cogmind. To be honest, I did not. Is Cogmind in that sale? I mean, Dwarf Fortress is featured in it as a go get wishlisted. Yeah, Cogmind isn't either. Huh. Interesting. Yet some odd games are. But I suppose it makes sense. Is Rift Wizard in that one? I think Rift Wizard is. Yeah, no, Rift Wizard isn't in that one either. Is Stone Shard? Nope. Okay, I don't need to scream incessantly. That or it's just over now. Yeah, maybe it's just over now. Yeah, I think it's just over. I know that Ultimate Adom was, which made me kind of sad. Yeah, I think Cogmind was, but I think it's just over. All right, let's get back to digging. Or get back to watching the dwarves dig. There they go. I've assigned some new miners, and it's speeding things up a little bit. It's definitely speeding things up a bit. Also, the dwarves are finally getting let out of prison, which is good. Thanks for chucking a gift at one of my favorite usernames to say, Sensual Casserole. Cheers, Esral. Is it Sral or Esral? How are you supposed to say that? I should probably confirm that. Cheers. Thank you very much for keeping that, or for gifting that sub out. Much appreciated. How's, speaking of, sales and Esral. Okay, gotcha. Speaking of sales and things, how is Jupiter Hell doing post-launch? Did the update sale give you guys a big bump, or because things seem to slow down quite a bit in between batches? I'm just curious. It's a half-a-year sentence for selling banned rings. Yep. That was 90 days. That's longer than murderers have gotten. Literal fucking murderers have gotten less time in my prison. So I said Esral and then Sral. So if Sral was the first one, I can say that. Not great, not terrible. Dog, don't bark. I know the neighbor's dog's misbehaving, but doesn't mean you can misbehave. No bark. Nope. I think I need to go close my window. Back in a sec. Bark, 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 bark. Behave yourself. Neighbor's dog is barking. Well, new mayor isn't just a mayor. The new mayor is Tiny Goliath, who is also my captain of the guard. So there's a slight conflict of interest power struggle going on. So, slight conflict of interest power struggle going on. Very slight. But need to distract you from the barking dog outside. Otherwise you'll get me in trouble. Don't make me bring you back up onto my seat. And you can have half my chair again. Let's see if I can give Radio Free all of... Oh, you do have mining. You're just over in the corner. Dead to the world. But yeah, no, new mayor is also the captain of the guard, which is a unfair advantage, I would say. Regardless, though, Epion, I hope that your vacation has been relaxing. And I hope you didn't spend too much time hot fixing while on vacation. Like you said you might. Time for new cog? When you say cog, do you mean like dog toy? Because my brain just says cog mind when you say that. Or the mayor's the same guy with a different hat. I've never played Borderlands 2, so I couldn't tell you. Oh, Cog is captain of the guard. And, well, maybe? I don't know. I kind of like, I mean, Tiny Goliath likes his job. He's good at it. He's a good dwarf. He's good at dispensing justice as well as law. So why not just like compile all the jobs into one and have just judge, jury, and executioner, mayor, lawgiver, and everything. You have a good night, Sral. And Epion, you have a good time packing. Yeah, don't watch me until 1 o'clock in the morning again. Cheers. Give me a shout when you want to do another Q&A stream. Cheers, man. I can hear the dog barking through the wall. I really hope that Holly behaves herself. I finished up some work, and that is very satisfying. This is very easy, satisfying work for dwarves, is just make them mine. They don't get creative juices flowing, but they get to complete things quickly. Can count to 9999999. I mean, like, all counts accurate? I think I can count. You know, I'll be completely honest with you. I understand the lowest, low, medium, high, and highest. I don't understand what any of those numbers mean. I'll be completely honest with you. I have zero clue what the math there means. If anybody understands what that shit means, please explain it to me. Because I have zero clue what that actually means under the bookkeeper page. It's slightly faster, but the blank digits are the error. Yeah, it's like, does anybody actually set their bookkeeper to anything but it can be 0 to 9? It's like, why can't people, or does anybody actually set their bookkeeper to anything but highest precision? Like anybody? Does anybody do that? I kind of want to ask that at the end of a video now. Kind of curious. You don't set it to highest precision? Really? Why not? Oh, so you do set it to highest precision then. Oh, okay, I get you now. It's just, I thought you were saying that you didn't set it to highest precision. To get a better count before the merchants come? I guess. Maybe? I don't know. I literally, like, start a new fort, set that to highest precision, and then forget the setting exists. That's usually how I go about doing that. We're up to mid-spring. In 32-3. 323. You're 323. Which means next stream we do of this, which will probably be tomorrow, we will get that up to 320 years of fort. So there's this person who keeps comment. Actually, if you want to see a string of comments that are making my brain hurt a little bit, go to part 3 of Reigns of Terror on my YouTube channel, and just look for the person who keeps responding to their own comment. I responded once, and then they responded 3 more times. Just go look if you want some good YouTube carnage. Part 3 of Reigns of Terror. Just go have a look at that, as they've been commenting like every few hours. Because half the stuff they have to say is just like making my brain hurt. Even if it's correct in some cases. It's like, huh. Oh, the psychotic comments on that part? Yeah, I get you. going to be a lot to mine out here. But at least we're keeping the dwarves busy. And everybody else can hopefully hang around up above ground. Discussing biographies, pondering disease classifications, praying, digging. Quite a few dwarves digging now. See if I can put you on digging too. Go grab yourself some equipment, you sad dwarf. Same with you. Maybe they can go help. Maybe it'll cheer them up a bit. Giving them steady work. Unquestionable grandmas. Yes. Hey, the bot figured its stuff out. Welcome back, Gremlin from Air. It probably did. I mean, it worked last stream, so I don't know what could be wrong with it. Also, I disagree with almost everything that that person has said. Just for reference. Disagree with almost every single thing that that person has said and almost every point that they've made. You reset the health keep? Yep, that would do it. That would do it. It's been about that long. Let's see if this is helping any of your moods. Satisfied at work. Satisfied at work. Shocked after reliving the unexpected death of somebody. Satisfied at work. And satisfied at work. Well, hopefully that's going to help. The stressed out dwarves be less stressed out. It's also going to make things get done quicker. I mean, I agree with them on the points that they're making. They are correct on the information that they've stated. But also, yes, in the most obnoxious way possible. Yeah. Like, honestly, like, comments like that upset some people. But for me, I just think that it's... Notice the lack of periods in anything that the person says. I'm pretty sure everything that they say is almost entirely one sentence. It's fodder for the algorithm? Not even. But it is interaction. They clearly like the video because they're still watching it. Even if they disagree with some things that I'm saying. So, get the entertainment out of it that you want. That's fine. Just be nice. Be polite. I'm dead. Right? It's like, it's so absurd. You can't not cackle at it. Controversy sells? I don't know about that, Nuridan. I don't know about that. I don't think Chad, am I a controversial figure? I'm just a lefty weirdo. That's all I am. With pretty standard lefty politics. Who thinks that and I think that Dwarf Fortress has very good representations and simulations of the problems with our society, which is one of the reasons why I think Dwarf Fortress is fascinating. Oh, you're hearing thunder? Uh-oh. Stay safe. Also, go give this person a follow, chat. You won't regret it. And go give some money to charity, yeah? Well, I mean, any mainstream news media platform for sure. I wasn't doing, he's trying to help kids. I mean, I don't have kids, but some people do, and they need help probably, so should help them. How is the 37 days of Dwarf, I think, doing? How you been holding up with those? Gotten bored of it yet? I do kind of look forward to those every year, by the way. It's always neat. It's fun to throw friends over there. Day 20? God damn, really already? Time flies. Jeez. I mean, that's more than I stream in that amount of time, so. Although I stream very long hours. We're just working on a new project down here. Which bugs are bothering you? Because the only ones that really bother me these days are the ones to do with the rating. I find those ones are kind of pesky, but I have a feeling we would have had more bug fixing patches in the past year if it wasn't for the Steam version. Which is why I keep telling people whenever they're like, how excited are you for the Steam version? I'm excited for it to be done so that Tarn can work on something else. Like, please, just let it be finished so that Tarn can go work on something interesting or like actually helpful gameplay wise. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah, the temples one. I specifically only ever do one temple for that reason. Then if I build more, I shut them off. No, I'm well aware of that bug. Well aware of that bug. Them just skipping from temple to temple to temple to temple to temple with, like, confusion or refusing to go to temples entirely. Yep. The only time I will build specific temples now is if a religion forms and they demand it. Yep. I wouldn't quite call that a long-standing bug, though. Because it was improved between the last, like the February 2020 update and the last update. There was an improvement made there. It's still not, it still doesn't work 100%, but it's better. I don't know if I'd necessarily call that a long-standing bug, but. Hunter, miner, woodcutter uniforms. I don't use uniforms for anything, so it wouldn't be it's not an issue for me on my plate, but I'm aware of them. Getting easily borked. I'm very much a dwarven free will activist. I let the dwarves wear the clothing they see fit. Unless they're in the military, they quite frankly can wear as much or as little as they please. Assuming it's not a loincloth, that would be blasphemous. I don't put them in the militia. No, if a dwarf is a woodcutter, they're not in the militia because they need to have their axe wielded. If they're a miner, they're not in the military. If they're put in the military, those jobs are removed and then they're in the military. So, yes, I do avoid that. It's quite a simple fix, really. Why are you being so aggro? I'm just confused. I feel like I'm being attacked or interrogated or something. What did I do to you? But I don't consider that to be a bother. The only bugs that I consider to be a bother are the invading and destroying sites bugs and the dwarves coming back separately from the military or defecting randomly and never coming back. Or them saying that they died out on a raid and then clearly show up back at your fort. Those are the ones that bother me. The ones that you're referencing I can work around, no problem. but I don't understand why you're being so aggro. I thought we were talking about a game that we both enjoy, but now it seems like I'm being interrogated about a game that I enjoy with reasons that I shouldn't enjoy it. So I'm not particularly enjoying this conversation. I'm going to be completely honest with you. Well, read the way you type and read the way you talk. It's very aggro. But yes, I did, and I'm now immediately regretting it. Anyway, what? How are you doing? Well, at least you've been less bored. You actually improved a little bit, because you were red the last time I looked at you. I've never actually auto-labored, period. I'm just very picky about how I put dwarves into the military. If dwarves are in the military, they're specialized in the military. I've never tried auto labor personally. I'd be really curious to see what a more official more practical implementation of, like, I'd like to see what a Tarn implementation of auto labor would look like. Or it's just a toggle that you flip. Be very curious to see what that would look like. Probably still wouldn't do it though, because I like fiddling with things as needed. But I don't know. There's very few bugs in this game that bother me. I mean, there's very few things in Dwarf Fortress that you actually need immediate attention for unless you're being attacked. Unless you're being attacked or there's lava spilling everywhere. You don't really need immediate response on any task as long as it gets done eventually. Alright, well this is almost this layer. So what we're going to do is this. Oopsies, that's not what I wanted to do. Than you thought it would take. It wasn't really that much. Plus, I added some more miners to the actual task. That's the main thing, is it wasn't really that much. There we go. Okay, so that is the right length. This is what? Yeah, one below. So this is what right there. I want the whole thing to go bunk. Also, yeah, they had some practice. They've been rusty for a bit. I don't do big mining jobs very often. Oopsies. This is requiring way more thinking than I wanted it to. That or maybe I'm just tired. It's not really having the desired effect that I wanted it to have. I'll fiddle with this later. Let them finish digging. But yeah, also as the miners have practiced, they do speed up. Previously, I've dug out areas way larger than this. That also got finished way quicker. I would actually say that this area has taken kind of a while with this number of miners, but... What year is it? Said nobody. Oh, we're late spring. Okay. Almost into summer. The worst season of the year. I think there's still a few odd spots that need to be tended to. Radio Free Olive is tantruming. You'll sort that out, I'm sure. I think he's already done tantruming because I saw him tantrum up in the corner. But yeah, I'd say about about 4 of these miners had real mining experience beforehand, before I started digging this out. The rest of them are almost entirely green. Whoop, you punched somebody. Good old diggy diggy hole, as they say. As they say. Welcome back, Picture Point. How's your Wednesday going? Hope your Wednesday's been good. Ah. Yeah, at least you got the decline. Whenever applying for jobs, I'd rather get the decline than never hear anything, you know? I do this way? Let's try this. Let's try this kind of pattern. Oopsies, that's the wrong build thing. All right, then let's try this. Let's see how this appears. Because like the idea is to have like is to make it into a square that is rotating. So then the next layer would be one further down. So if I go around this, start up here, control record, and go oopsies. Start this over. All right, control record. Let's go down to here, down to here, down to here, down to here, down to there, over to here, over to here, over to there, over to there, up to there. Did I screw this up? Yeah, I think I did. Then I go down to here, and I go play. Let's see if I did it. Well, I'm happy to help. Around every day of the week except for Mondays and Fridays. All right, so what I can do down here is I could do this. There's one spot I missed, which is up top here. So that's kind of the goal, is that it looks like it's rotating. So I'm going to have to just go all the way down with this and then let it rotate all the way around. That's the hope / goal. So I could map this, drop it down a layer, map it, drop it down a layer, map it, drop it down a layer, map it, drop it down a layer. So this is my next project. And then I could add things to the edges of it, do ripples or something. Because I've got all of these layers of nothing all the way down to here, basically, to mess around with. And then I could theoretically, which is probably what I'm going to do, channel from up here down, remove all of these Z levels worth of earth and just have a giant hole. And because I've had people telling me that I need to make a obsidian farm for a while. Be a pretty efficient obsidian farm, I think. We could set up a pump system or some sort of system to pump lava out of the it is now summer, out of the tube, or alternatively, we could do some sort of like flow system with a lever. It's a few different ways we could do it, but regardless of how we end up doing it, this will be a pretty solid little obsidian farm, which is the goal of this. I think that's our project going forward. What do you think, chat? What do you think? Mary McCollum is sick. Well, I mean, it's a giant tube of lava. What else are you going to do with it? So now what I can do is I can go record this on this layer and go boop, 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 down to here, over there, down to here, over there, down to here, over here, down to there, over there. It's a pretty dwarfy project, but I need another big project because I finished the lava column, which has been a problem that I've been running into with this fort for a while now, is I've needed another project. Because I need another project. So then we can shift this one over by a pixel. So now, I guess what we could do here is I could do this. Move that over by 1. That over, oops. That over by 1. I kind of wanted to start this earlier today, but I had this dog on my lap. And then move you over by 1. So you think that this project is truly dwarfy, Spewer? Because I've had some people criticize this fortress and say that it's not dwarfy enough because there isn't enough violence. Apparently without violence, it's not dwarfy. But then again, early on, another criticism was that there wasn't enough lava. I mean, we have a giant spire of lava going up through the fort, so if that ain't Dwarfy, then I don't know what is. Truth be told. All right, so then this looks like yeah, and then as long as every layer we smooth the outer reaches of it. I mean, this one's going to involve lava and water. So, like, this is going to have more risk than most projects. Oh, this is a very hot fort. This fort's so hot right now. Also realizing I'm screwing this up. Because that layer, most of it moves forwards, but the bottom layer moves down. So this layer right here needs to be one in front instead of one behind. So it should actually go up to here instead of the other direction. Did I go one too far? Layer 1, layer 1, layer 2 is in the same spot. Layer 3, layer 4. Why did I go backwards with this one? That bottom layer needs a little bit of work. But maybe actually what I should do is I'm just going to do it this way. I'm going to delete the progress that I've made so far. Max is throwing a tantrum. Max's tantrums are never all that bad, but we'll see. So I'm going to rewind to up here, and I'm just going to do this way. Control, record. Mine all the way down to here. All the way down to here. Just going to match this layer perfectly. Now that I know what the project's actually going to entail. Because in order to do this correctly, I have to go underneath it and then tweak it. I make the same tweaks on every layer in order for this to work. Okay. So record, done, down, oopsies, down a layer. Go right there, down a layer, play. Much faster. So, the way we do this, one crime point against Radio Free Olive. You go here. You go here. You go here. You go here. This one goes there. You go here. Theoretically, this could be really cool. If it works, if it doesn't, it's going to look really bad. All right. So that's the first layer. barely noticeable. Now, is it because that upper layer is already mined out? Like, I almost can't see the difference. Like, I know I went around it and made edits. Yeah, okay, it is moving one tile over. All right, so now that I've got that done, I can then go down here and record another layer. Down to here, down to here, down to here, down to there, over one, all the way across, all the way across, all the way across. All the way to there, 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 and across. Go down one, play. So now this is the exact same as the layer above it. So now can go in and do it again. So let's just go around the edge, make all the edits, go underneath, make all the changes. Goes one further this way with every tick. And then do that. And this. And this will be the building of the new ripple. Then we can go around on the inside and remove these just for clarity's sake. Because I'm going to have to go in and fill all this in, right? So it's going to get filled in anyway. So this now looks like this. Yeah, it'll work. It'll work. So then we go up here and we control record. Oopsies, that's not recording. Why are you not recording? Anybody here ever do any projects like this? Or am I just alone in this insanity of precision? All right, let's go one layer below and then hit play. So now I should be able to go around the outside again without too much issue and make the necessary edits. So you come down to here, delete that. You move over to here, delete that. You move up to there, delete that. You're still learning to play? Well, if you need any assistance with anything, give me a shout. Move you down. Also, thanks for the follow, by the way. This is a tricky fort to watch if you're new to the game, but... because this fort is kind of almost the anti-Dwarf Fortress in a lot of ways. Let's see how that looks. That, I think, should give a pretty good example of what I want this to look like. Made huge walls with pillars and engraved before channeling out the next layer with balconies on different levels, if that counts. One of my favorite things to do is hollowing out mountains in Dwarf Fort. That's one of my favorite things to do. I've done it a couple of times now where you just like start a fortress inside of a mountain, and then instead of like digging out into individual rooms, you carve around where you want your future rooms to be. It's super laborious and takes forever, but you end up with such cool looking forts when you're done. But yeah, this is going to be a giant open pit at the end of the day. By the time it's done. Which is kind of a running theme in this fort. Unfortunately, did I do this correctly? Yes, I did. Unfortunately, one of the big pain in the asses with this is going to be coordinating colors on the corners, but maybe we can start making more glass and then do glass around the edges, but because the type of stone is going to change, most likely. Because I think we're going to hit schist, but thank you. Quick check. So eventually, these ripples ideally will move to the flat side on the right. Will be what this looks like at the end. Because as you can sort of, whoopsies, wrong side. As you can sort of see, they're shifting because the square is rotating. So now this should 1, 2, 3, 4. Are these walls really stretching? Kind of deal. We still got quite a few levels to go. But that's what we're working on. Got our project cut out for us. Yeah, and it's already one over from down here. Doesn't look like it, but it will once it's dug out. It'll look slightly different once it's dug out. But that's what we're working on. It's going to be a cool project, I think. Let's do another layer. Control R. There we go. I think the tracing part of it is the least interesting part, this part, where it's like I get to go around and do this again. I think it's time for the dwarves to re-specialize in mining. Oopsies. There's an oopsie there. It's fine. We fixed it. The dog is like sleeping, and she's like squeaking in her sleep. Making very high-pitched whimper. Oh, now she's awake. Like she woke herself up. Alright, it's now done recording, and then go! Yeah, these are macros. One of the greatest features Dwarf Fortress has. A feature that I should use more often. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of making stop motion videos with my webcam in like 2006. That's what this reminds me of. It's basically the same process, you know? Also kind of reminds me of the first time I watched Cupo's stream. Very first time I watched Kipo's stream, he was meticulously animating from one Z level to the next Donkey Kong. Every layer was Donkey Kong. He'd already like dug it out and animated the whole thing. He was just placing colors to make him the right color. All right, so now that that layer's done, that does look awesome. This is gonna look really cool when it's done, I think. We just need to do more complex animations now. Oh well. How are the dwarves doing up on the upper surface? Got 6 counts of disorderly conduct against Max. So that's that. I wonder. 25 minutes. When did you guys sneak those in? Oh, recently, apparently. Max is going to prison. Max loves prison, so this is fine. Quite literally, that dwarf loves prison. It's always been something that's entertained the crap out of me, is that certain dwarves just like being in prison. It's just like real life. Some people feel comfortable in a little box. I'm trying to think about what game to do this evening. We could continue... Or we could try and finish Nuclear Blaze, because supposedly that game's not all that long. What do you guys think, chat? Should we try and finish Nuclear Blaze? Which we started yesterday. And I think I'm, like, almost halfway through based on the achievements. Yeah. Everything seems to say it's about 2.5 hours. We put an hour into it yesterday, so. I think that's what we're going to do. Neil, thanks for the host. Cheers, man. The humans have arrived to trade. Still, I think, only sending 1 caravan and no royal treasure. Also, happy 420. Smoke them if you got them. It's that time of day. Hope you've been well, Neil. Humans here to trade. It's a lot of dwarves all socializing right now. Right, you guys, so I was asked earlier what I do with my clothing. I literally just type in X in the search column and then just boop, 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 boop. Sell all of them. It's quite literally it. Not allowed to export rings. Noted. Don't want half my dwarves to go to prison. Tiny Goliath has been re-elected. Dwarves must be quite happy with his work. Good to hear, Neil. Glad to hear. Thanks for breaking up the silence. It's been quiet for the last 10 minutes. You know, me designing meticulous designs underground is not the most enticing viewing, I suppose. So I hope you've been well. Or I'm glad you've been well, rather. It's been weird times over here. I'm dog sitting. Streaming video games. Small child is screaming outside. I know that that's what they naturally do, but still. It's always a little shocking. When, like, suddenly there's this just guttural screaming going on outside. It's like, Jesus Christ, calm your child down. Anything but wizard because you're sick of it? Should do anything with sustain. As that got reworked. Should do Fire Angel. Fire Angel. You gotta get up early? If you gotta get up early, don't ruin your day for my streams, Woot Woot. Like, I really appreciate you hanging out and watching until late at night, but, like, also, you know, don't ruin your day. Fire Angel is generally a good time, yeah. Fire Angel is generally a good time, but I think that we're gonna finish trading and then we're gonna swap games. I think that's the play for today for me. Was we're gonna finish trading and then we're gonna swap games. Because I would like to finish Nuclear Blaze. Because according to How Long to Beat, that game is only 2.5 hours long, and we're an hour in, so. I think we're going to go finish that game. Yeah, Entrenchment got reworked. He just crouches down and pretends he has cover. Hey, you can have... It's all about making yourself a smaller target, okay? If you just curl up into the fetal position at all times during combat, you're likely to get hit less. This is facts. We all know this. This is truest facts, Tim. Also, I'm glad that we got you hooked on a more positive relationship with Jupiter Hell than the toxic relationship you had with Tome previously. Actually, we should have asked Epion what it takes for a developer to remove a review from a game. I haven't played Tome in ages. Neither have I. I need to go back and play Tome again. I need to just, like, do a Wikipedia playthrough of Tome where I just stare and wiki everything. Yeah, we'll see if he pops in again. He might. He's still lurking, so maybe. With so much more instant gratification. Yeah, it's less of a slow burn. It's less of a slow burn. It kind of pops off you could say. But anyway, we are into 323 early summer. I think it's time to swap games. So if you're here specifically for Dwarf Fortress, he was here earlier, but Niroden is in the chat, or was in the chat earlier and is streaming to 2 people. He's doing 37 days in a row of Dwarf Fortress. Today is Tay Day 20, or Day 19B as he's got titled. So go watch him. If you're looking for Dwarf specific, tell him I sent you. I'm going to go play a little game called Nuclear Blaze for the rest of the stream, which is a little firefighter platformer, which I've been playing through because it looks cute. So if you want more Dwarf Fortress related to me, if you go to that YouTube channel, there's more Dwarf Fortress on that YouTube channel than you could ever reasonably watch in a lifetime. And we're going to swap games. And if you're sticking around, can I get a round of beers? We've been kind of quiet the last 30 minutes. I thought that you were going to bed, Woot Woot. You gotta actually go to bed when you say you're gonna go to bed. You also said that you have to get up early tomorrow. Very important stuff. I do understand. Minecraft, very important. But also, it would have been easier to type in beer. Got the stream on while you play Factorio. Just don't factory your Oreo. You know what I'm saying? Only fact your Torios. All right. But if that means you're sticking around, I'm okay with this. But that was 5 hours and 50 minutes of Dwarfs. Assuming Pupper doesn't start barking. She'll get a long WALK later. We're going to finish playing through this. I mean, so here's the secret of beer, right? The beer emoji works. HS cheers works. The word beer works. The word beer works. Many other beer emotes also work if you happen to have them. The beers emoji also works. There's many ways to post a round of beers without actually having access to the beer itself.